Do you hear that, Zach? The transcoding gods smiled upon us. We is in the good, baby. What it do, homie? Don't you worry, Vladi. I'll have a nice intro as I always do. Just a few minutes early. Hey, Goof Goose. If you want these two songs that I'm playing now, the playlist is called Deadly Premonition OST. Not in that order, though. What the? Goddamn Google's telling me about geese. I don't recall asking. It's also thunderstorming very heavily outside. It's it's a very good night for Deadly Premonition. It set off some alarm somewhere. Some very raucous thunder. Hopefully it doesn't knock us off. You know. Oh man, I'm happy. It's finally time. It isn't 6:30, but Matthew, I got 1080p and transcoding. You want to see Francis Zach Morgan in all his glory, don't you? Don't you? I'm not going to play the whistle song in the hopes that it is somewhere in the new game and we get to hear it. You ready for the 5 FPS gameplay? Same. I told you, you got to see it. Now there was a patch. I downloaded a patch today for Deadly Premonition 2. I wonder what it possibly can do. Early stream. Don't you worry, Italy. We had to secure that transcoding. Hey, Simon, appreciate you being first. Thank you, Simon. We had to secure that transcoding, baby. You already know. I gotta have the highest quality 5 FPS gameplay on the Twitch. That's all I gotta say about that. Bitch. You understand? You understand? The patch probably makes the game worse? Yeah, probably. You know, the Rising Star Games Twitter, which I think is the publisher, not really the developer, they said that they're hard at work, planning to release multiple updates to the title to make it run well in the future. And I have so much faith that they're going to be able to do that. You know? Okay. I mean, look, I got a physical copy because I feel like this is a game that might not exist in like a month or two. I don't know. I got a feeling. I had to secure a physical copy. I had to do it. And I made sure to install it on our system memory. Not that I know if that'll make a difference. I really don't know the read speed of whatever drive the Switch uses versus an SD card. Hell, the SD card might be faster, but I'm just saying, be prepared. I've done all I can. But Simon doesn't understand. It's fine. I've done the best that I could do in this situation. You believe me, don't you, chat? You believe me, right? Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-doo. What it do, J-Debs? Have you watched anyone play this yet? I imagine it's been hard for you if you haven't. You haven't? Very nice. Saving yourself for me. You shouldn't have. Boomer. What am I doing today? Anything interesting before stream? Wow. Are you saying that you're not interested in me talking to you guys? I see how it is, Simu. I see how it is. I see how it is. Now we're gonna hop in it pretty soon. What are you giving me a question mark for? Aren't you ready? I mean, Sleestack out here liking turtles. Can't blame the man. Oh, you're asking what I did today. I thought you were asking if I was going to do anything special before the game starts. Okay, I understand now, Simon. The answer is no, by the way. I did not do anything interesting at all today. Just a working man as usual. Getting those bills paid. I was saying that it's, I don't know if we're going to get any more rain. It was storming right before I started, which I don't know if that's a good or an ill omen for playing a game like this. But I am still looking forward to it. Eddie Lee is ready. Where am I from? The Boxford is located in West by Golly, Virginia, USA. Baby. You better believe. And Sleestack and anyone else that might be coming in early on that followed us yesterday when we were playing Diablo 2, rest assured, I'm going to go back to Diablo 2 as soon as we're done playing this brand new experience here. Deadly Premonition 2. Deemy's got his coffee. This is one we've been looking forward to for a while, baby. I'm so glad that we made the decision to play Deadly Premonition 1 again before this game came out. How far did I get last night? I got to the Dark Woods, and we ran around the Dark Woods a lot. We actually crossed into the Black Marsh, or whatever the area is for the bottom left quest to go to a tower or something. Yeah, that's where we got. We started fighting some tougher enemies, for sure. It was getting a little tougher. But man, it was a lot of fun. The Necromancer's a very fun class. I like having an army. It feels more, like, even though I'm not controlling them, it feels like a completely different game playing that class, but in a good way. But man, I was it took some effort. It took some effort to not just say screw it and play Diablo 2 again tonight. But obviously I'm gonna play it. Single player RTS action, pretty much. Which is what I feel like I'm apparently really into. Man, I wish I played that game back in the day. But again, that if I played the Diablos when they came out, I wouldn't have played anything else. Or I wouldn't have appreciated them as much as I do now. I don't know. I was a different gamer back then. I probably would have liked it because I liked RTSs. In D3, you do control the shambles? Wow. It's like Pikmin. Even more so than I thought this one would be. What's up, Husky? What's going on, buddy? Man who talks with his own wiener. I still don't know why you think Zach is his dick. He doesn't look down at his crotch, unless yours extends to the heavens. Or maybe yours is in his ear. Maybe Berna, maybe your wiener's in your ear, because that is what he touches when he speaks to Zach. But I can only imagine Slee Stack. I mean, that game, especially Diablo 2, man. I gotta look up what other games came out in 2000. That's when Diablo 2 came out, right? I don't know what quality of life improvements Lords of Destruction added, because that is the version I'm playing. Please, our racist mental image now. That's up to you, baby. Man, what else came out in 2000? Pokemon, Stadium, Resident Evil Code Veronica, Thief 2, Kirby 64, Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. Oh, Majora's Mask. Metal Gear Ghost of Babel. Space Channel 5. Perfect Dark came out in 2000. How, those are, I guess, visually decent games. The first Deus Ex came out. Was Diablo 2 considered visually impressive when it came out? Because I guess it is a completely different art style. I still love it, but I could see maybe people not thinking it was a good game based on visuals, because 2000 was really a lot of big 3D games came out then. Ghost Babel was very cool. I own it. It's actually right next to me. I have it in a case, literally on the table next to me. I'm looking at it. The Sims came out in 2000, Mary Jane says. SpongeBob. I mean, oh man, what a good game Diablo 2 is. Persona 2, Parasite Eve 2, The Little Mermaid 2, Pinball Frenzy. My God. Quake 3 Arena. Oh, Red Alert 2. Man, 2000 was a pretty good year for games. That's when Spyro came out? I could have sworn that came out in the 90s. A lot of 3D games. A lot of good ones. Final Fantasy 9. Counter-Strike. Kind of a big one. MechWarrior 4. Mario Party 2 in the US. Wow. A lot of games. A lot of 3D games. Oh, maybe it was. It was Spyro Year of the Dragon. I didn't think that it wasn't called Spyro 2. Yeah. Oh. Yes. I take it back. You're right. You're right. Good call. Helena. This burger is delicious. You're chowing down on a burger? Nice. Man. I'm hydrated. I'm cooled. I'm gonna change something on my audio real quick. Very good, very good. Year of the Dragon is number 3. Why is crackling? Is it crackling for you too? Gosh dang thing. I'm sorry, Crackles. We're good though. Prostitute. We're good. I can never tell what you guys can hear versus what I can hear, because the connections aren't the most stable all the time. But I do love this mixer when it works. Why is it fuzzy when I'm talking? Is it? Does it not sound good? Hello, is it fuzzy for me? Hello, is it fuzzy for me? Hold on. Hello, is it fuzzy for me? Hello, no, yes. Don't say it again. Hello, is it fuzzy for me? Hello, no, yes. Don't say it again. Hello, Test. That's 160p. I can't really tell. Don't say it again. Is it bad? I don't hear it. Get the fuzz out of your ears, prostitute. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that initially, Matthew, but that's what, I could see that from some of these 3D games that came out, because some of these were pretty good looking. I mean, Perfect Dark, Spyro, Deus Ex a little dated. There's some good boundary pushing games. Still, when consoles kind of made sense, you know. But still, I think aesthetically, it's very, very good to me. Are you guys ready for some Deadly Premonition 2, dude? You guys ready? I'm so excited. I'm so flipping excited. DP2. As I said, there was a patch. I downloaded an update for this game. I don't know if that fixed any of the issues that some of the reviewers were encountering when it first came on. When it came out, a lot of the reviewers had terrible, terrible problems with their games. As in, man oh man, did it not run well. It's already updated. We got it updated. We got it installed. Let me show you. It's right here, baby. Box94. It's right there, baby. Baby boy. Yeah, we got them single-digit frame rates right there. Chat's one button push away. Right next to its big brother. Deadly Premonition 1, which we saw how well that ran. But there. And you can see I have the physical version of Deadly Premonition 2. I had to get it. It's highlighted. DP2. Are we ready, chat? Are we ready? Should I push the button? Should I push the button, chat? Yes. I should. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Oh, I did it. Shh. Nobody say anything. Nobody say anything. Nobody say a word. It's gonna. Oh, it's going. 10 years later. This is the only system it's on. This is the only reason I'm owning a Switch still. Honestly, I might have sold it if this game wasn't coming out on the Switch exclusively. Just because. Oh. Some SIGs and some chess. White owls. I wonder if we're going to have to turn the music down to 50. I'm going to leave it all where they want me to leave it, though. We're going to see language. My God, this has a Japanese dub? Wrong. There's my controller. Yep, that's exactly what it looks like. Very good. Let's begin. Ah. Yes, even the loading screen. December 30, 2018, 1650. Le Carré, a small town outside New Orleans. I'm glad there's subtitles for the text on the screen. Ah. What do we got here? I don't know anything about the story of this game. I'm so excited. So excited. 2020, baby. Cold as ice. Is she actually in a block of ice? Ah. I see. Yeah, that'll do it. Oh. got to do a little bit of carving, you know? This will look great. The police siren was in the game. I don't know why. 8 hours later. Thompsonville, a suburb of Boston, Massachusetts.
God damn it. What a way to start the new year. At this rate, I'll be dead by Easter.
Quiet down, Agent Jones.
I cannot.
You're on the clock.
I can't move. I can only
Quiet
walk
down.
forward.
Ha! You have any idea what you've done? I'd be half naked in Havana right now if you hadn't shown up. Soaking up some rays, surrounded by a harem of bikini queens, a mojito in one hand, and a seafood-slathered Havana-style pizza in the other.
What kind of pizza is that?
What did I do to deserve this? Does God hate me?
No. The regional bureau chief merely issued a special order.
Oh. Yeah. How could I forget?
I am
a special order to rob me of my well-deserved vacation.
I don't want to open it. I want to hear their conversation.
I'll buy you some pizza. You can find that junk anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa! Hey! Hold on a minute. What did you just say? Pizza is not junk.
I'm not opening it.
Pizza is a sacred food bestowed upon us by God himself. You need to apologize right now. This is sheer blasphemy.
Sacred.
Apologize to who? Pizza or God?
Ha ha! You think you're so clever.
Pizza.
Maybe if you'd eaten
pizza
this morning like a decent person,
I ate pizza this morning.
You wouldn't have cut your finger.
I only cut my finger because I couldn't find a left-handed can opener at the hotel. Normally, I would never make such an amateur mistake.
Oh, really? Well, if you want me to get into gear, then just feed me some pizza, okay?
What?
We must act unfaithfully and abandon our ideals again.
There's no way.
We cannot advance from one.
I don't want to open it. I don't know if this is going to skip this conversation.
Without causing these pains of treachery.
Nietzsche, again, please spare me before my ears start to bleed. Ever since the moment you got
here,
there's been nothing but Nietzsche quotes.
There's no way.
The worst enemy you can meet will always be yourself.
Oh my God, it actually does skip it.
Agent Jones, don't let him take control of the conversation. The moment you let your guard down, he'll strike.
Rather, that's what it did. Whoa! Oh, shit!
And no red, remember?
No red? Oh. Is it him? Could it be?
It's open. Come on in.
Oh! It's our boy! I see he's doing well for himself. Never mind. Excuse me? Ooh. Now, well, he's got a lot of movies back there. Rat Man? I want to watch Rat Man with Zach.
You have questions for us.
Damn.
That's why you're here, isn't it?
Francis Zach Morgan. I don't know if he's a special agent anymore. I still can't, like, move. You gonna say something? You got some good tunes going on, Zach. Remember, no Russian. Damn, Alia. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Nice. Now that's a man who knows how to live. Okay. Rude. See, he's not littering himself. He just has people keep coming in and knocking his table off, you know?
Mr. Morgan, before we question you, allow me to first read you your rights. Anything you say may be used against you in a court of law. Please keep that in mind as you speak.
Oh no, he's a Smash player? Oh no. I don't know if I like him as much anymore.
Do we have permission to film this?
Alia Davis. That's her. Yes.
Don't worry, my fairy. They're free to do whatever they like.
Something wrong, Mr. Morgan?
I gotta be honest.
I'm FBI Special Agent Alia Davis.
She looks
Mrs.
worse than any
Simon
character I saw in the
Jones.
first game.
An analyst from the Boston branch. He's been monitoring us for years now.
Are we getting monitored?
Oh, hi.
Simone Jones. Bitch.
Seriously.
Where's my subtitles?
A Southern belle and a lonesome loser who can't catch a break.
Get wrecked.
Quite the uncanny duo. You'd be the perfect stars for the latest video game.
This is the video game.
Isn't that right, my fairy?
Dark laughter.
How many years has it been since someone came to chat with us? Oh, but don't ask me about my fairy. That's a private matter.
That's what he said about
It's hard
Zach
to tell what he's
when he was
thinking,
York.
but my eyes can't be deceived.
Oh. Do you need me to advance the story?
If he's hiding something, it'll
Oh,
come
no.
out in his face.
Messy awards and trophies. Wait.
You solved many difficult cases across your career,
Why do I have to push the button?
utilizing your own unique M.O.
Modus operandi?
You've expertly cracked cases that were otherwise thought to be unsolvable.
I mean, at least look at that box on the back. I mean, he's renewing recycle, reuse? Wait a minute. Those aren't the 3 R's of recycling.
According to our records, after joining the FBI in 2002, you quickly solved 2 drug ring-related kidnapping cases. In 2003, you solved the inside-out flesh skinner case in the suburbs of Pittsburgh.
Those were the days.
In 2004, the Jeffrey Dahmer wannabe case in Milwaukee.
Yeah,
And
remember that.
also the stuffed human collector case in St. Louis that very same year.
That'd probably mess anyone up.
Then, in 2005, you coincidentally happened to solve the Lise Clarkson murder case while on vacation. You went on to solve many other cases after that, all of them seemingly inexplicable.
Yes.
Did you really solve these cases all on your own? There are no records of you using a wide-scale investigative team or working with anyone else. How did you ever accomplish such monumental feats all by yourself?
It was all thanks to our talented partner.
It was me. I did it. I solved all those cases.
Partner.
Yes.
The FBI files show no record of you ever working with a partner. Do you mean you worked with some sort of unofficial partner or an outside confidant?
Our partner is our partner. We've always worked together.
We could just take a look at him for a minute. I don't have to advance.
Besides, Belle, you're forgetting one important thing. After the St. Louis case, we stopped by a diner on our way home and caught Thelma and Louise, 2 highly sought-after fugitives.
Ah, yes. You can use visions to acquire important hints that will help you proceed throughout the game. And hold L. Using a vision will deplete your concentration, so be careful about using it too much. I see. I think that's it. I literally can only use it a certain amount of times. Let me look at his face.
Francis Zach Morgan.
So this is her thinking.
He was once an FBI special agent, an extremely talented one. At least that's what they tell me.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps he was a little too talented.
What do you mean? What about your poker face? Poker face.
Hey, Belle.
Hey.
Why are you dressed so handsomely?
My man's hitting those drags.
What are you talking about?
The thick black
Whoa.
accessory wrapped around your neck.
Is that what you're looking at? Her neck?
That's a male necktie.
Okay.
The color black represents confidence and interest in the self.
Mm-hmm.
And
Go on.
your decision to wear a male tie symbolizes your declaration of war against a predominantly male society. Or perhaps
Go ahead.
it's a psychological barrier meant to hide the weakness that dwells deep within your psyche.
What are you trying to say there, Zach? Man, look at that anti-aliasing.
We admire your bravery.
Yes.
I thought you retired from profiling.
Oh, my man's always profiling, whether it be race, sex, anything, trust me.
Bullseye, huh? You're an easy one to read.
He just called you easy.
In order to think with society.
Knowing my man here, he's about to call her, he's about to call her mentally retarded, because that's basically what he called the last character. Emma? No, who was the lady from Deadly Premonition 1? I don't know. That's Zach's MO though. He belittles women. Emily, that's right. Thank you, Helena. Emily, yes. The dementia, you see.
A man must first gouge out his eyes and cut off his ears.
Delicious.
Don't judge a book by its cover. For someone who's supposed to have been one of our best, you've got an awful eye for people.
Oh, trust me, we know.
Or did all that smoke and kill all your little gray cells?
Okay, Aaliyah, that's enough. She's smart, but she's also more of a shrew than she lets on.
Man, this guy, I don't know how I feel about Simon.
Agent Jones, that's sexual harassment.
Here we go.
So, Belle,
Yes.
does that barrier of yours also protect you from violent criminals?
What are you talking about?
He's more dangerous than I thought. I can't read him.
We're not as good as my boy.
I'll just have to assault him head on with questions then.
She stands up and punches him in the face.
First, I'll try using the files on the table to shake him up.
Wrong. Check that out.
An ornate antique chessboard.
Yes.
Looks like he stopped halfway through the game. But who was playing with him?
He was playing with himself, obviously.
That chessboard looks rather old. And you can't even buy those ivory pieces anymore.
We hunted the elephant ourselves.
Right, they were banned by the CITES Treaty.
Is that real?
That was made in France in the 1900s. We know it's in bad taste, but the weight of the ivory just feels so good in our hands.
Oh yeah? Is that right?
You play chess alone?
Is that a crime?
No. But it's a hard game to enjoy when you're all by yourself.
The weight in my hands feels so right.
He's probably just replicating famous games.
Why does he have a bunch of milk cartons duct taped behind there on the table? What are those for? Are those his pea cartons?
Or trying to solve problems from a chess workbook. right, Morgan? I may not look it, but I'm actually a bit of a chestnut myself.
Did he say he's a chestnut? Oh, God.
When I was in school, I used to pore over every issue of Chess Life, the magazine published by the U.S. Chess Federation.
Well, unfortunately, your guess is completely wrong, Agent Jones.
Dab.
He isn't replicating a famous game, nor is he solving workbook problems.
Dab.
There isn't a single chess book to be found in this apartment.
Well, you don't know that. Have you? I mean, what do we got here? We got OK Timos. We got Standalone. We got Black Bob Cuts Rush It. We got Elise. All right.
And I didn't find any chess-related websites in his internet history.
Why are you looking through his internet history? What else did you find in his internet history?
He was simply playing chess. All alone.
So,
Oh, sorry. I got you. Go on.
what's wrong with that, Belle?
What's wrong with that, Belle?
I don't understand it. How could a single human being seriously play as both sides?
Good question.
You just publicly confessed to stealing personal data.
Uh-oh.
Seems like that's a much bigger problem.
Oh no. Everything was done in a perfectly legal manner. We simply happened to intercept a handful of data being sent out from an unknown origin.
Is that legal?
Ooh, now she's really trying to scare us.
Ooh.
Did you hear that, my fairy? Serious nightmare fuel.
Right? I know I played chess with myself back in the day. I wasn't good at it, but I did because I was just a boy. What about his vacant eyes?
Stage 4 progressive malignant tumor.
I'm sorry?
How do humans behave when they know death is just around the corner?
Zach!
And what if that human is also a high-functioning sociopath?
Let's talk to him about his tumor.
Mr. Morgan, may I ask you a question purely out of curiosity?
Go ahead.
If it makes you uncomfortable, just let me know, and I'll retract it.
Belle, what's wrong? You sure put a lot of effort into that approach.
It's a question about death.
About this body?
Are you afraid
No.
of what's coming?
You know the answer is no.
Think carefully about why we're smoking this, then ask us again.
Okay.
Honestly, we're not afraid. Rather, we find it intriguing.
Intriguing.
Yes.
Yes.
Belle,
Yes.
have you ever been to the Grand Canyon in winter?
Man, that's a pickup line. Write that one down.
No.
No.
In the dead of winter, the Grand Canyon is terribly cold. Colder than you could imagine. A cold that no photograph could ever express. The sun. Powerless. And the temperature drops below 0. Right in the middle of the day.
Okay.
Meaning?
Meaning, you can't really understand something until you experience it for yourself. If you want to learn more about us, you need to gain more experience. Well.
So is he telling us to die so we know what it's like? There's nothing else here for me to investigate.
These files are from the case that took place just outside of New Orleans in 2005. The agent who handled the case was Francis Zach Morgan, and now he's sitting right in front of me.
All right, let's look at these files. Hey, Trinity.
Do you remember the homicides that took place in Le Carré, Louisiana in 2005?
That's Zach. Bell needs to level up. True.
We solved that case.
Your report states the following.
Uh-huh.
By coincidence, you encountered a serious incident in a town you visited while on vacation. You then decided to steal the right to investigate from the local law enforcement and took over the case. After several more homicides, you managed to apprehend the perpetrator.
He's smoking marijuana, Trinity.
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what happened. We stole the right to investigate from them, just as you said.
It all started when the body of a 16-year-old girl was discovered. You arrived in Le Carré immediately after that, didn't you?
We just can't seem to keep ourselves away from dead girls.
That's a weird thing to say aloud.
Did you really visit that town just to take a vacation?
We don't know. If you already have the report, then we suggest you read it, Belle. Either way, that case is closed.
The Toke combo, Eddie and Trinity out here. Being the pyramid.
Closed. You sure about that?
I don't know.
Don't you think this puzzle is still missing some crucial pieces?
I don't know.
Come on. No need to beat around the bush with us, Belle.
So this case would have happened before the, What are these noises? Who's shuffling around? This would have been before the events of Deadly Premonition 1. I'm pretty sure. Oh, you are.
They found Lise Clarkson's body. It was hidden deep within the Clarkson Food Delivery Services cold storage warehouse.
All right.
After 14 years, we finally discovered the body of the very first victim. Do you know what this means? That's why we're here.
Means somebody didn't do a good job of checking the storage in their meat department.
The first victim in the case he solved. Lise Clarkson.
Uh-huh. What does it mean?
This is a photograph of what she looks like now. How will he react when he sees it?
He'll probably laugh.
The body that went missing for 14 years was suddenly discovered frozen in a warehouse. This is some kind of message from the victim to us.
Are you sure about that? Let's go ahead and pop it.
We're pleased that her body turned up. Deeply pleased.
You claim to have closed this case, but now a lost body suddenly surfaced. Aren't you curious about the details?
Body or not, we already solved that case. Lisa's body can't change anything now. And it certainly has nothing to do with us.
I suspect the body was stored there rather than abandoned, due to the unnatural state it was found in. She was found frozen in a storage unit.
All chopped up. The victim waited for 14 years to reveal herself.
Therefore, she looks exactly the same as she did when she disappeared.
See, would she, though? Would she, if she was in a block of ice for 14 years, would she look the same? Would she?
In fact, she's in such good condition that we can even determine the murder weapon and cause of death.
Was it a mother heckin' chainsaw?
Well, good for you.
Yeah.
Even stranger is how unbelievably beautiful she looks.
See, why do you guys always gotta be talking about how beautiful dead bodies are? I feel like that's... I guess that's a reason why you're in your field.
At first glance, few would guess she was a murder victim at all. She looks more like a piece of art, or a mythological figure from a painting.
We know about stuff like that, don't we? Don't we, Zach?
This keeps getting better and better.
See, he's enjoying it.
Better and better?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that right, my fairy? A corpse as beautiful as a goddess. Sounds just like our story.
It does, doesn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Muttering.
That went okay. Now I'm sure that Morgan's hiding something.
Is he, though? He just hasn't said much, really.
I may be able to get what I want if we go deeper into the documents.
Deeper, you say? How about I do a little bit of this? What is that supposed to tell me? Because only these two were glowing. I can still talk about the unfinished chess game?
A halfway finished. I think he was playing. If it was merely for entertainment, it wouldn't be a problem.
I don't know if this is different.
But I know that every action he takes has its own special purpose.
Let's talk about...
Especially now that his remaining time is limited.
The way to progress? I mean, there's only like, I guess. But I wonder if it reveals... I couldn't tell if like his, we talked about something when we did it the first time and it worked. And I didn't realize... I don't know if that reveals something new. What's up, Trigger Happy?
Who is it?
We were just pushing him about this chess game.
This My Fairy character you keep speaking to.
He said it was a private matter, woman.
You can't see her. Such bad manners. You barge into our apartment, yet you don't even care about who else is living here.
True.
Dissociative identity disorder. In the past, it was known as multiple personality disorder.
I don't think I've ever played chess against, like, someone else for real.
You were subjected to an internal probe only once during your career, correct?
Oh no, someone probed them?
They suspected that you had DID, but you denied it.
They suspect... See, I wish... Man, that's probably a little confusing for people who, like, who are deaf reading this. They'll be like, they suspected that you did, but you denied it. You did what?
And no problems arose during your test. Is this how you dealt with the psychological profiler back then, too?
You did done it now, you dang well did, I tell you what.
Saying strange things, weaving unrelated matters together. Is that how you slipped through?
You're free to draw your own conclusions, Belle. But my fairy clearly exists. She's been sitting right there, on your lap this entire time.
Oh, yeah?
Hey! Stop it! No violence allowed in here, Belle. Wouldn't want to scare my fairy, now would we?
Okay. Listen.
He didn't so much as twitch when he saw the picture of the body. He's even tougher than the rumors made him out to be. But I was prepared for that. And if my hunch is right, he's deeply intertwined with this case. Far deeper than what my superiors think.
Why is there a fairy sitting in her lap? And why did she get so scared when he said that his imaginary friend was sitting in her lap? Hey.
You may be wondering why we decided to unearth all these old files.
Everything happens for a reason.
The moment Lise Clarkson's body was found, we did the best we could to start our own local investigation.
Sorry, Vladi.
But there wasn't much we could actually investigate due to the damage caused by the hurricane.
Then we assume you also questioned everyone who worked in the warehouse.
Of course. We questioned all the Clarkson Food Delivery Services employees who staffed the warehouse and its owner.
You know my man Zach likes to let you know when he's dragging.
But we still have yet to obtain any key testimonies.
Par for the course with a 14-year-old case, if you ask me.
Not to mention how bad the timing was. Most of the employees were on vacation.
See, Demi knows.
So, you gave up on the investigation and came to see us instead. Remember what happened, my fairy? That warehouse. That man. So incoherent. Such a pain.
Hey, are you talking about the guy who managed the vault where Lisa's body was found?
They're divulging a lot of information.
Yeah, I think he started working there in 2005. Remember, Aaliyah? You said he was a pain to deal with, too.
See?
A large man, yes?
A large man? What are we talking about? What size?
No need to answer. If you don't want to.
No way, it's FK in the coffin.
I'm sure you've already put him under surveillance.
Right? We killed that alien man.
Textbook FBI protocol.
The person who originally admitted this report was his superior, Robert Abrahams.
Finale, when you see this game actually being played, you might wish that we were back to this part. I'm just telling you. I'm excited for it all, but I'm just warning you right now.
Current chief of the Boston branch.
Boston.
According to Chief Abrahams, Morgan's got his own modus operandi. It's not something that others should interfere with. Well, Chief, look what that's gotten us into now.
True. The large boy.
Isn't there someone else you should have talked to?
You think the epic combat's still there? I look forward to seeing it. If he doesn't congratulate himself or herself, whoever we're playing as with a gun,
before coming to us, such as
we were unable to reach Patricia Clarkson.
What's up, Heffadizzle?
You look surprised. I thought you already knew. After all, you visited Louisiana last week.
Did we?
We assumed you met with her during your time there.
We haven't been to Louisiana. Not in 14 years.
That's up! Gift, it's up! You son of a bitch. Thank you for the gift it's up to Heffady, Broton.
Is that so?
We've been right here in our apartment this entire time.
Ah.
That man is our witness. Aren't you, Simon?
He's right. He didn't even take a single step outside on Christmas Eve. Which means that I didn't get to either.
Why would you? What is the assumption that one needs to leave their house on Christmas Eve?
Are you positive about that?
Yes.
I took the liberty of checking some airline records.
Yes.
Last Friday, the name Billy Bishop was listed on a morning flight out of Boston.
Billy Bishop?
This is the fake name you used to use as an agent, isn't it?
No.
A mere coincidence.
Yet that's not all. That evening on the same day, a man with a large scar on his forehead allegedly purchased an '89 Cadillac from a small used car lot in Le Carré.
Do we have one of those?
He reportedly said he wanted something old, big, and strong.
Oh, yeah.
The owner of the car lot felt it was a strange order, so it stuck in his mind.
Our world is filled with mysteries, and they always have the most bizarre timing.
Smoking.
Incidentally,
Go on.
on the following day, an identical Cadillac was taken to a scrapyard in Trenton.
I don't know why I need to progress this dialogue. It's interesting. This is gameplay redefined. Truly the first Strand type game.
Trenton, New Jersey.
Yes.
You can find that type of car anywhere. Isn't that right, my fairy?
Dark laughter. Cough. What was that noise?
Morgan's right. Everything happens for a reason.
Yes.
Even this messy room. There must be a reason for it.
Yes.
Especially when it comes to those strangely tidy spots. They're practically begging me to question them.
Another strangely clean. Oh, yeah, look at that. It's a little triangle. A pile of DVDs. Book 'em, boys.
DVDs are all over the place. I know that he's a shut-in, but this still seems like way too many for one person. And I've never heard of any of these titles before. A stinking indulgence. And a massive DVD collection.
What do we got? We have Emerald Dragon 1 and 2. We got Police Dogs. The whole collection. I swear that one with like the pink lipstick or whatever it is under Police Dogs at the top says Muck. I swear to Ninja Police. Oh my god, I want to watch that. Rental car. There's one that says like Cowboy Lazo. The Circle. I know that one. Cut Down. Emerald Dragon Lola X. Your evil person and your DVD collection. Yeah, Aqua Time too. Can't go wrong with that.
You must live a very comfortable life.
Circus show? I saw it.
We're retired, remember?
Retired in your 40s. I'm envious.
Are we?
Who doesn't love movies, Belle?
Are we only in our 40s? We don't look so hot, Chief.
I'm not a fan.
Oh, that won't do.
Oh gosh. Zach!
You should dedicate all the free time you have to watching movies. It's practically an unwritten law.
I want to watch Ratman.
Films guide us.
No, I don't want a stage 4 tumor.
Films are filled with every important life lesson there is.
I just didn't realize he was only in his 40s.
Is that so?
For example, They Live.
Ah! I know that movie. That stars the wrestler, Roddy Piper, but he's no longer with us.
1988, directed by John Carpenter. That film taught us a valuable lesson.
Very good movie.
Always put on your sunglasses before a fight.
True.
You know, you've got a point.
He knows.
Movies teach us about everything we need to know. I learned about the right way to eat frozen pizza from
God.
Cobra. It's one of Stallone's best films.
Who is this guy? Who is this voice actor? This son of a bitch. I feel like I know him.
Before that, I wouldn't be caught dead trying to eat frozen pizza. I thought it wasn't fit for human consumption.
Here we
That
go.
film changed my life.
Who the hell is eating frozen pizza?
Simon, that has nothing to do with the film. You're just talking about pizza.
Excellent. Well, let's talk about this triangle here.
This room's a total mess. But certain spots look perfectly clean. Is it just a coincidence? No. There are no coincidences with this man.
True. How about that triangle, sir?
Mr. Morgan,
Yes.
I found several spots in this room that look strangely clean. Did you tidy up a bit because you knew we were coming?
I don't know, Kurbachev. I'm telling you, he sounds familiar. I gotta have someone confirm Simon's voice actor.
Those are sanctuaries. They've existed from the start.
Sanctuaries.
That's right. Sacred places.
What?
Hovels for pure souls, if you will.
Were there originally objects in those hovels? Something you didn't want us to see?
The soul's still there. We haven't touched a thing. But we know you can't see anything. Hey, Simon,
Yeah, what's up?
don't touch the sanctuary.
Simon?
Sorry.
You fool.
That's a sanctuary. Don't ever touch it again. You've been watching us for 4.5 years, and you couldn't even figure that much out.
Oh, gosh. He's mad.
My bad. It's my first time actually coming inside, you know.
You're earning far more than you deserve then. What were you doing all day in that black Suburban? We thought wiretapping was your specialty. Don't tell me. Crossword puzzles. What do you think, my fairy? 4.5 years. All that time, and what does he have to show for it?
You know what he was doing, chat. Mumble man.
Crossword puzzles? No way. Come on, I thought you knew. I'm a Sudoku guy.
Agent Jones,
Yes.
Oh, right.
Yes.
he's completely taken control of the conversation. At this rate, we'll never get anywhere. I need to press him some more.
Good old rummaging Simon. I guess I don't get to talk about that pile on the couch now. I guess that's what's good about... Honestly, the hold L isn't so much to see what will progress the story, but what won't progress the story. So we can get all the dialogue possible. There's nothing else we can do right now, so... Agent Jones.
The briefcase isn't even that big. How long does he intend to keep that up? Does he have pizza menus stuffed inside there or something?
What's up with this man and pizza?
Agent Jones?
God, look at her. What is wrong with her nostrils? Are they like... I feel like they're caked over with like boogers and blood or something. Like, oh, just clean them up. Her mouth is open, I think.
Did you find the files?
No, I guess they're not open. She's got kind of just very big lips. Ah. Green Veil, baby. We know all about Green Veil, don't we now? Presiding agent, Francis Z. Morgan. There it is.
Mr. Morgan.
Oh, it's a cutscene.
Do you recognize these files?
Oh, he's not. I feel like he might be a little... Oh. Oh.
Whoa! Ow!
We told you. That's a sanctuary.
Denied.
Let him go! Assaulting an FBI agent is an obstruction of justice.
We told you. Go. Ah! Stay back. Stay back. Sanctuary. Down. Savannah.
You all right?
Ah! Ah!
Oh, no, it's red.
Ah! Yeah.
Dude, he totally has
Morgan?
red books and stuff in his apartment, though. And his bricks are red. He sees the red blood, and he doesn't like it because it reminds him of red and red seeds.
Cut my finger with that can opener this morning. I thought I stopped the bleeding, but it seeped through. How could I be so stupid?
True. Ah, much better.
Everything should be fine now.
All right, MJ. Let's progress.
I'm sorry for being so careless.
Dude, he totally has, like... I guess it's like a wood grain. It's not really red back there. Like his...
I made sure to
record
read through
player.
your file and learn about your condition. The color red. Such an unusual thing to fear. Please, accept my deepest apologies.
I'm sorry too, Morgan. I don't know what I was thinking. I'll never touch one of your sanctuaries ever again. And no more red, either.
No red. What about pink? What about off shades of... Like, what shades of red are too much? Because he's definitely got pink DVDs. Right?
Don't ever
Man can never drink a Coca-Cola again.
touch one. Again. I told them not to. Why would they do that? Make them go away. Sanctuaries. Don't touch. Stay away.
Okay.
Now, may we return to our discussion?
This man slipped on a can and didn't even crush it.
Don't worry. I won't let them touch it again. I'll keep them away from us.
Only owl water? True.
Strangely enough, this man has a fear of the color red.
He's got a red eye. Can he not look in a mirror anymore?
And I believe that fear is connected to the Greenville case.
Muttering. True. Yes. Another strangely clean spot.
Here's another empty space. What does the word sanctuary really mean to him?
Definitely, the Greenville case will advance it, so let's talk about these
Hovels
things.
for pure souls.
Oops, I'm talking about the shredder.
This is a very large shredder. Is there something you don't want people finding out about?
Good question. But we never know when some curious civil servants may come and sift through our trash now, do we?
You're already retired. What are you so worried about?
It's just a simple habit. From back when we were still on duty. Didn't they bang that into your head when you were up in Quantico?
Up in Quantico.
Some habits are hard to break,
I think it would be down in Quantico.
no matter how hard you try.
I don't know, Simon. I don't think he ever ingested any seeds. That's kind of the thing. You had to have, like, seeds inside of you. Which, by the way, I don't think we ever discussed it, but that's the reason why George in the first game was so crazy, because his when you're talking about his mother would hit him with like tree branches. She would hit him with tree branches from the tree outside with that had the red seeds, and then the seeds were implanted into his back when she hit him with it. So that's how she got the red seeds inside him like that.
Could you tell me what exactly the word sanctuary means to you?
Did I say Simu? I meant J-Debs. Yeah. True. Just being in the rain because of the gas and the seeds. I don't know. We'll see.
Sanctuaries are sanctuaries. Nothing more and nothing less.
That doesn't explain anything.
Why do you wish to know?
Just curious.
Belle,
Yes.
you're a much ruder person than you initially seemed to be. Don't you agree, my fairy?
I've noticed my man's got some handlebars going on.
What do our sanctuaries have to do with the investigation? If you're out of questions, then how about just going home?
Hey, mind if I jump in here?
What is it, Simon? We hope you've got a real question for us.
Well, actually, I'm also a little curious myself. No one's supposed to touch any sanctuary, right?
That's what we said.
What about you, though? You can't even touch them yourself? Are there any extenuating circumstances?
What are you getting at?
I mean, I doubt if any of this really matters, but if no one can touch the sanctuaries, then how do you clean them?
Go on. Okay. Fair enough.
The files on the serial killings that shocked Washington State in 2010. Officially titled the Greenvale case. I never thought I'd take out files from a case I first heard about on the news.
Greenvale.
Mr. Morgan,
Yes.
I'd like to ask you some questions about this case now.
Yes.
We don't want to remember that town.
I'm sorry, but there's no way around this. I remember hearing about this case on the news when I was still a student. A high school girl named Anna Graham was murdered and the FBI stepped in to take over the case.
We remember.
I also remember it becoming a sprawled investigation due to evidence found in the victim's throat. Is that correct? After that case, you went on sick leave for 2 years. And when you returned, you requested to be switched over to desk work. What happened?
That's a private matter. None of your business, Bill.
What do you mean, what happened? I wonder what's in the case. I wonder if the case talks about the interdimensional aliens, you know, and the zombie people that we killed.
Were you traumatized? It's a common problem with prolific agents such as yourself. But there's another possibility that may make more sense. Perhaps.
Go ahead.
You simply finished making preparations.
What are you getting at?
Thinking too much about something will always turn it into a problem.
Mm-hmm.
The Greenvale case.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think it resembles the Luke Carre case?
Lou
Read the report.
card.
We have nothing else to say.
I just need one more push.
Just one more push.
One more thing that can summon up the past.
All right. What's my button? Okay. How about the clock in the trash?
Looks like another old antique.
Mm-hmm.
He collects milk cartons but treats valuable antiques like trash.
Okay, so we are just gonna mention the milk cartons
What's
in
going
passing?
on in his head?
It's kind of important. What about that?
The silver clock in that trash pile. Is that an H5?
No, it's a clock.
That's right. John Harrison's 5th chronometer. Completed in 1770. After many years, he completed it and presented it to the Board of Longitude in order to end their feud with him.
Yes.
That's only a replica, of course.
You like clocks?
Clocks are amazing. prime fruit of the human race's intellect.
I love clock.
We took the invisible idea of time and manifested it in these.
Yeah, I love clocks too. Absolutely fascinating.
Oh, no.
I disagree.
You don't like clocks?
Oh? Why?
Time is valuable precisely because it can't be seen. Yet nowadays, people can't tell what time it is unless it's measured in numbers. Talk about idiocy. I don't mean to side with the Board of Longitude,
But that's what time is.
Remember, humans used to cross oceans with the stars alone.
Okay.
We have our eyes to read moon charts and study the sky. We don't need clocks.
I'm sorry?
What if it's cloudy or storming?
All you need is courage and a love for adventure.
We don't need clocks?
Hear that, my fairy? Courage and a love for adventure?
Yeah. You know what?
Come on, Belle.
Fuck clocks. Piece of shit.
Surely you know how many lives have been claimed by your pals' courage and adventure.
That's a, she must be doing it just to make him talk more and to try to get a better understanding. It's got to be a tactic. There's no way she actually hates clocks.
Hey, hold on a second here. That Board of Longitude thing. What the heck is that? I mean, I've heard of it before. I'm an FBI analyst, remember?
Yeah.
I just sort of can't remember it right now. I know what it is, really.
Uh-huh.
I'm telling the truth.
Okay. Are we
Come
gonna
on,
ignore?
Aaliyah, back me up here.
Oh, we're ignoring him.
Aaliyah?
All right, we're ignoring him. Her name is Aaliyah, not Alia. Excuse me. Yep. Clocks are over, party. What about honeycombs, though? Are they over?
A jar of honey with honeycomb inside it. There's nothing strange about it, but it still gives me a weird feeling.
So here's the weird thing. This is a weird design choice. So you have two options when you see these things. You can inspect it, much like you could, or rather look at it, much like you could in like the original Deadly Premonition, and then you can inspect it. When you look at it, it goes to the next icon. So I almost already, like, after I looked at it, then I was gonna inspect it and begin a conversation. But if I did that on the picture of a leaf, that would have totally missed it. That's a strange choice. Kind of nitpicking, but it's messed me up before.
That's royal jelly.
Excuse me?
Huh?
You were staring at the jar, weren't you? Do you find it strange that there's honeycomb inside?
It's literally a comb in honey.
We wanted to harvest royal jelly in its most natural state.
I'm gonna need you to explain royal jelly.
The queen's main food source, created from the worker bee's secretions.
Please never say the word secretion again. Hold on one second, chat. Okay, sorry. How do I not know what royal honey is? I've never heard the term royal jelly.
It's a perfect food, filled with power, meant to fuel the birth of the next queen. By absorbing it into our own bodies, we too can acquire that power.
Okay, Prostitute, go ahead and defend this again.
Incidentally, did you know that all the worker bees are female?
As it should be.
No.
Guess they didn't teach you that at Quantica.
I guess not.
Male bees are only born to inseminate. And they're born from unfertilized eggs to boot.
Oh yeah?
They have short lives and don't even get stingers.
Bunch of bitches. Literally? Oh my god. Goddamn Vladi. Vladi's comment was blocked because it contained the term woman.
Sort of feels like a glimpse into the future of our society, wouldn't you agree? Women are gifted with the power to conceive, give birth, and nourish their children.
Right.
But men are consumed with the
goddamn
job
Vladi.
of providing women with the chance to do so. If women no longer had to rely on men for the seeds of life, they would soon cease to desire them, we believe.
The seeds of life. All right, chat. I'm going to need you guys to stop desiring me only for my seeds of life. Okay, I can bring other things. All right, I can also nourish a child. Okay, appreciate it.
Be careful, Simon.
Huh? Of what?
Oh God, here. Oh, I want to watch this for a second. Look at his noodle arm. My God.
Your Belle's already stolen the reins from you.
Oh no. Where are you going with this? That's it? Oh no. Whew. All right.
A picture of a leaf. This isn't just a picture of any leaf. It's the belief in truth.
The belief in truth?
Begins with the doubt of all truths in which one has previously believed.
Believed.
It's time to get down to business.
Let's get down to brass tacks, boys.
Mr. Morgan, please look at this.
Yes.
What did we just say? We don't want to remember Greenvale.
This isn't a photo from Greenvale. Look closely at it.
All right.
Former Special Agent Francis Zach Morgan.
Oh. Tree. Yep.
This photograph predates Greenvale. It's from the Le Carre case you worked on in 2005.
Red tree.
Was it a red tree? Oh no.
Red tree.
Yes. A red tree.
The tree.
Greenvale wasn't the first place you saw one of these. The Greenvale case and the Lise Clarkson murder case. They're connected by these red trees, aren't they?
Red trees. Both places. Growing. Roots. Seeds. Trees.
Trees. Not the trees. Not the trees.
Answer me. What are these trees?
Give her the straight truth.
Red trees.
Rubber.
Figured it out.
Red trees.
Yes.
Yeah.
Smarter than we thought. Connection. Red trees.
I think you, man, that hairline.
I want the truth. Tell me everything you know.
Do you think did we get, chat? If you'll recall from the first game, we did smoke about 5 packs of cigarettes every single day. Do you think that might be why he's dying from brain cancer? Was it my fault?
The red trees.
Yes.
You really did your homework. Well done, Belle.
Why is he doing this voice now?
You're good.
What? Is it Palpatine?
Damn good.
Are you ready to talk now? I want to know what went down in Le Carre in 2005.
Fine.
Music.
We'll tell you. We'll tell you what happened in that town.
Damn good.
Yes,
Yes.
it was that red tree. That red tree ruined my life. It was a sultry summer day. The sun comes down hard on you in the south, like a torrential downpour of demonic whispers. It all started back in that sweltering summer. We still had our best friend with us back then. The other me. My better half.
York. He's talking about York. Oh, snap.
Never a choice. When somebody needs you, you can't turn away. You're their only lifeline, just a hero, a bullet for hire, working alone. Always a voice, a cry in the darkness, an echo of pain that's been long forgotten, but it haunts me, my destiny to be alone. There's a time when you see life for what it's gotta be.
Damn.
You should know they'll destroy you. But call to me to keep searching, walk alone.
Hey. Shambles! Boy, that intro, this game better deliver after that. I was gonna say something too, and now I don't remember because that just washed my memory. What's up, everybody? I know there's a couple new people coming in. We are playing Deadly Premonition 2. What's going on, everybody? If you guys have questions, it might be a little confusing for those who weren't here when we played the first game. Dude, is that 60 frames per second on these leads?
Zach.
York.
Zach.
That's me.
Can you hear me, Zach?
Do I get the option to say yes? Oh my god, I do.
There you are, Zach.
It's me. What's going on, York?
Sleeping again?
Ah, he's talking about Vortex.
Well, rise and shine. It's time for us to head back out into the chaos.
Woo!
Isn't that right, Zach?
Yes. I'm with you. Let's do it. Goodbye. Dead 2E Premonition. A blessing in disguise. 2005. Summer. Sumner. Ah, snap. Le Carre, Louisiana. Bird. Ah. Oh.
Zach, it looks like she wants us to join her for breakfast. Perhaps this town's finally starting to warm up to us.
Hello. Nice. Eat it. You won't. Hey. Francis York Morgan.
Look at that, Zach.
Damn.
She's welcoming us with open arms. She's even willing to share that tasty morsel with us. What an honor.
Do it.
Hurry up and chow down, mister.
Who did it?
Unless you like your breakfast stale.
Is that Usher?
What an amazing place. I've been on top of the moon since the moment I got here. And the name of this wonderful town, Le Carre, sounds like French to me. But what does it mean?
I'm the chef, David.
Hi, David.
If you want to know about the town, you'd better ask the concierge. Only amateur chefs flap their gums about stuff that ain't food related.
Very good. David Jawara. Chef. Bye.
Did you hear that, Zach? He's a true professional.
Oh, it's making me happy.
You say something, mister?
No, not to you. I was just talking to Zach.
Zach?
Please don't ask me about Zach. It's a private matter.
If you say so, still. Never thought the FBI would ever come out to a little old town like ours.
That's all I was thinking, Vladi.
I do work for the FBI, but I didn't come here for an investigation. I just happened to stop by on my way to New Orleans.
Never thought there'd be a murder out here either.
A murder,
and
you
it
say?
was a 16-year-old kid.
Dead
I tell
girl, you say?
This country's seen better days. What you reckon, mister?
Yeah.
Zach, he's definitely a professional, but it seems like he's also a bit lonesome. That's good. Ambivalence exists everywhere.
That's good?
Folks say the killer used an axe. Hell of an old-fashioned choice, if you ask me.
Actually, Chef David, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the incident.
This is 5 years before the Greenvale
Well,
incident?
shoot. I ain't the one you ought to be asking, Mr. FBI.
That's why he's so young.
I
He's
only
spry.
heard what I heard. But seeing as you're fixing to grill me, I can tell you what I know.
Please do. I appreciate it.
And that hair's fresh. I'm gonna take that picture. I'm gonna take a screenshot and take it to my barber. Oh, snap. What do you know about the victim?
You said the victim was a 16-year-old. Did you know her?
Well, sure. I reckon the whole town did.
Meaning?
She's Lise Clarkson, the little grandbaby of the Clarkson family.
The Clarkson family?
That's right. You ain't seen they sign on your way
So they
in
know.
yet?
So I'm interested to see what happens, because we learned in present day that her body only just showed up, but they know that she was already murdered at this point? What could it mean?
The one above that huge cold storage complex. Should have had a dragonfly on it. Anyway, that's the Clarkson family seat.
Where'd you go?
They own most of the land around here, from the sugar plantations right down to the food processing plant. Yeah, I reckon they got a stake in just about everything.
I'd give her some steak.
They even own the water tower on the edge of town, you know? They're the ones who built up this town, and they still support it.
Where's the house?
What do you know about the Clarkson's house?
Now, I ain't got nothing bad to say, but I'm gonna talk straight to you. You best steer clear of that place.
Oh, yeah?
That family ain't just some gang. They're a whole different kind of beast. They folks with real power.
Is this Mafia 3?
Remnants of the good old boys who shaped America
Ooh.
in the early days.
Good old boys, you say.
Especially the head of the family, P.J. Clarkson. He's the kind of monster who goes around eating other monsters.
That's okay. I'm very good at shooting monsters in the face.
And I'm sure he's on edge now with his granddaughter getting murdered and all. So don't go barging in with that shiny FBI badge of yours and think you'll be safe for nothing. Things are different down here. So if you plan on sticking around, you best remember that.
All
I
right.
see. I'll keep that in mind.
What's the local law enforcement doing?
Is the local law enforcement investigating the case?
Scoff.
Shoot, mister, what you think? Now, I told you this ain't no city. We in the bonafide boondocks here. They got to know how to break up fights and keep folks from killing each other when they pissed you off. They sit down and talk it out with you heart to heart. And when that don't work, they just beat your ass.
I totally read that as eat your ass at first.
That's the deep south for you.
That's the Deep South for you, all right.
This murder ain't like that, though. A little kid got killed. A weird way. Like something on a TV show. The sheriff's department ain't never seen nothing like this.
How do you know about... What do you know about New Orleans?
Live and Let Die, Angel Heart, and The Pelican Brief, right? 9 out of 10 people will name those titles when you ask them to think of a film set in New Orleans.
I've never heard of that.
They're all excellent movies, but to me they lack realism. Due to my line of work, I have a tendency to think deeply about what feels real and what doesn't.
What's your point?
Cat people.
I'm sorry.
That's my point. Cat people.
There's cat people in the game?
1982, directed by Paul Schrader.
Mm.
The crowning achievement of Nastasia Kinski, the ultimate muse of the 80s.
Yes, okay.
The most vital element of that movie is the reality it depicts.
They don't work, they'll eat your ass. That's right, Keith. You gotta be careful of these cat people eating your ass out in the deep south.
Leopards who turn into humans have intercourse with humans and turn back into leopards.
Okay, can we go back for a second? See, I was thinking it was gonna. Okay, by the way, if someone asked me to name a movie set, well, it's not in New Orleans, but someone told me to name a movie set. Right now, chat, name a movie set in Louisiana. You know what my answer is? Scooby-Doo Zombie Island. And it's got cat people in it, but I'm pretty sure they don't bang Scooby-Doo.
Then they can only turn back into humans again if they mutilate their lovers.
Oh, I really hope that's the plot of this game.
I was awestruck by the sheer reality of it all.
Oh my god.
Understand? I'm talking about hyper-realism.
Oh my god. My man's talking about creepypastas now.
After watching it, I felt like I just had to experience the world of cat people for myself.
Yeah? Is that what you want to see?
That's why I decided to visit New Orleans.
Yep.
Okay.
My man's out here trying to get a glimpse of that deep south bestiality.
Another vital element of cat people is the presence of Malcolm McDowell.
Ah, that explains everything.
Malcolm McDowell from Blue Thunder. Oh, talk about a masterpiece. Listen carefully, David. Only an amateur would call A Clockwork Orange his best movie. His best movies are Cat People and Blue Thunder. Period. You need to remember this, because it's the truth.
Whatever you say, mister.
All right.
So, what's your point again?
Never mind, don't worry about it. I already covered all the important parts.
See, now that's the thing though, M-Dash. It's a little half and half. I feel like this game is like them building upon what made Deadly Premonition 1 a cult classic. So, here's hoping they can keep it. They don't, it stays fresh, and they don't go overboard with the silliness, just like intentionally being bad and silly. You know what I mean? But man, so far so good.
When you say it was like something from a TV show, what exactly do you mean?
Hey, mister. Why do you look so excited, huh? Like a kid asking grandma to read him a fairy tale.
I just can't seem to keep myself away from young women who died in bizarre ways.
Oh, this man. Yeah, that's the same expression I'd have.
Well, I ain't seen it with my own eyes, but folks say they found the body hanging under a bridge on the bayou.
So they did find a body.
And under that bridge, there was some kind of altar.
An altar?
Like something they use in black magic. Something horrible.
My God, it is voodoo.
Voodoo?
Oh.
Nah.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't nothing like that. Just a weird altar.
That's all?
Oh, and the body was all cut up in pieces. Scattered around the altar like.
So she was sacrificed?
That's what the fella who discovered her said, yeah.
Bingo, Zach. This case has got our names all over it.
Cut up young woman? Fuck yes. How can I get around town?
By the way, Mr. FBI, I ain't seen a car in the parking lot. How'd you get all the way out here, huh? Don't tell me you walked.
Then what was hanging? Maybe it was a bag of body parts.
Well, that's a very good question.
What?
Chef David, you've got a sharp eye. It's true that I didn't park my car in your parking lot. Do you know why?
Can't say I do.
Because it was stolen.
Oh.
Huh? But you with the FBI, right?
Uh-huh.
Even FBI cars can be stolen. It could happen after you park your car on the side of the road and go off to do some legwork. When you're eating lunch, when you're watching a movie, when you're asleep at night, when you're buying cigarettes at the local supermarket.
Uh-huh.
Your car can be stolen anywhere. That's precisely what it means to be an FBI agent.
Okay.
In my case, my car was stolen while I was on my way down here. But no need to worry. I already reported it to the local authorities. And I've also already acquired another mode of transportation.
What do we got?
Another mode?
Want to hear the details?
Of course.
Not really,
Oh, well.
but I'll listen if you want me to.
Then please do. After I finished my work in Houston, I flew to New Orleans. Then, I rented a car at the airport.
Uh-huh.
Whenever I visit the West Coast, I always rent a convertible, especially in California.
Yes.
But now I'm in hot and sticky Louisiana.
Delicious.
So, I decided on a brand new hybrid car with a fully equipped air conditioning system.
Hybrid?
A hybrid car.
We got a Prius?
Oh yes, they're marvelous. Vehicles that utterly defy everything you think you know about cars.
Okay.
Now, in the year 2005, it feels like we finally entered the 21st century.
Back in the day, baby.
Stomp down on the gas all you want. The engine won't make a sound.
It's silent?
What?
At first, I felt like the landscape was moving past me on its own.
Imagine him finding out about Teslas. Oh, Vortex, that's been so good. Oh my gosh, there's been some good bits. You have to see the intro.
Give it a few more years, and I'm sure we'll start seeing cars that run purely on electricity. Who knows? In a decade or so, electric sports cars may end up lining the parking lots of Silicon Valley.
Francis Elon Morgan?
I can see it now. It's the world of The Last Starfighter, 1984, directed by Nick Castle. It's famous for being the first film to utilize realistic CG, but I couldn't care less about that. See, I was mesmerized by the beautifully refined mech designs.
Okay.
It even made me wish that I could be one of them myself.
Okay.
Especially the Gunstar spacecraft. No other sci-fi movie has ever had.
So, yeah, where'd your hybrid car get stolen?
Sorry, I got off topic. I noticed it was missing after I finished my lunch and walked out of the diner.
Right.
Incidentally, this diner was located at the entrance to a small town just south
This
off
is
the I-10.
such a long-winded story. Man, and yeah, my man York is jacked. Look at those shoulders.
I went out to get back in it, but my hybrid car was nowhere to be found. I remembered exactly where I parked it, right between a blue pickup truck and a hedgerow. But when I came back from lunch, it had completely vanished. In short, someone stole it, and in its place, they left me this.
What?
Oh my God.
A skateboard.
A skateboard?
Yes. While I was sliding my lunch into my stomach,
Yeah, go on.
someone was busy replacing my brand new hybrid car with a wooden board attached to 4 wheels.
Did he ride a skateboard from, like halfway from Houston to here?
Remarkable, don't you think?
So then how did you get here?
By riding the skateboard, obviously. Why do you look so surprised? No, I couldn't ride the board very well at first. But by the time I hit the 3-mile mark, I'd more or less gotten the hang of it. By the 10-mile mark, I'd even learned to do a few tricks.
Oh my God, he learned how to ride a skateboard, like over the course of many days, riding it to this town.
It was a journey of self-discovery. Not even I knew I had this latent talent sleeping inside me.
Oh my God.
This summer's gonna be another hot one. It's supposed to get over 95 today.
Yeah?
Watch out you don't go getting heat stroke.
The Lise Clarkson case needs us. Don't you think so, Zach? The cat people are what guided us to New Orleans. We should be thanking Malcolm McDowell. Once we get home, let's watch Blue Thunder again. I'm already looking forward to it. Aren't you, Zach?
Of course.
Zach.
Yes. So Vortex, for a little bit of background as the camera pans. Beautiful. God damn. Why does the sky have texture? You see that? A little bit of background. This game actually starts present day 2018, and we started as a different FBI agent that was coming to talk to now retired former special agent Francis Zach Morgan, who looks awful and has a stage 4 malignant tumor in his brain. And he's gone a bit crazier than usual. And we're talking to him about this case in Le Carre, Louisiana, that takes place in 2005, 5 years before the Greenvale case, which is Deadly Premonition 1. And apparently they are connected in some way. And the reason it's come back up is because the body of the first victim was just rediscovered in a block of ice, chopped up. So now we flash back to the very beginning in 2005.
The searing light. The sense.
Oh, yeah.
It's the deep south.
Damn straight, brother. Full of cat people and...
That was a fabulous breakfast.
You didn't eat it.
You're the world's greatest chef.
He knows he didn't eat it. He's just talking about the coffee, isn't he?
Wait, mister. You didn't take a single bite.
Goddamn right.
Well, the tea was to die for.
Oh, that's tea?
But I'd prefer coffee next time.
Yeah.
What would a morning be without coffee?
He didn't eat a single bite of his breakfast. Is York his tumor? Interesting thought. To be determined. He's had York pretty much all his life since he was a kid. And he only came to him after a very traumatic experience of seeing his mother turn into a plant woman. And then get petrified. I'm playing. Damn, York. Oh, yes. Oh, my God. Look at him go. Look at him go. Meow. Hello. Are these his PJs? I think they are. I mean, he's just having some breakfast. Also, what the hell is this for breakfast? Baguettes and gumbo and cake and a whole rotisserie chicken? Some musket, some pizza? Are those just... I thought... Does that not look like multiple pizzas stacked on top of each other at this angle? Oh my God, that looks good. I'm hungry now. Hey there, fellas. Is that Corey from the Big House? Meow. Okay. Hello? Is that our room? 203? Look at that top. Look at that bar at the top left. We got 300 HP, 100 stam. What is this, Monster Hunter? Oh no, I didn't mean to. Can I just walk in now? Delicious. Hello. Boy, that doesn't look very comfortable. I gotta say, something's not right with this boy. Okay. Drink. Coffee. Coke. And root beer. They are normal prices for that's a gift. I don't know about up. You son of a bitch, Broton. Gifting us up, Time Lord Keith. Thank you so much. I don't know about a cup of black coffee being $4 or it's $2.70, but no. Thank you very much, Broton. Very cool. Giving people emotes and such. Yeah, whoa! Damn. Didn't know that this was... We were going into like 2021 with that kind of technology. I see. Do not enter. Cleaning in progress. You can't enter the main lobby. There's no cleaning going on here. I didn't know we were going in the future. Did I run into the mirror? Yes, because look at that. Excuse me. I don't have my gun. I was going to whip it out. Is she praying? Meow. Okay, that's the first thing I saw. That's the first thing I see. What you got in your... What's going on? Oh, the music.
Sang Rouge.
Yes.
They're chasing it all over America. But I feel like we're finally on the verge of finding something now.
Don't you, Zach? Whoops. I got it.
It's about time we ordered a new briefcase. Yes, I know this one carries a lot of memories, but it's seen too much. This hole's from the shootout in Tucson. And this stain's from Miami.
What do you think the stain is, chat?
Miami. Now that was a fascinating case. Billy, our perp, cut his own torso right in two.
Ah.
Even with the help of the drugs. A feat like that still requires incredible mental fortitude. I was so impressed that I forgot I'd left my briefcase on the floor. Same floor his blood gushed out onto.
Ah. I see. Why do we have our own little voodoo altar set up?
I know, Zach, I know. Now isn't the time for a trip down memory lane.
Evidence organization, start. Sang Rouge.
An emergent drug that's been on the rise in 4 southern states. Personally, I think it originated right here in Louisiana. And Lise Clarkson's murder must be connected to it somehow.
Lise Clarkson.
The 16-year-old girl who was murdered.
Axe. Why did you draw the axe?
Her body was found beneath a bridge over the bayou, along with a strange altar. The powerful man who essentially controls the town of Lucare.
Mm-hmm.
And he seems to be more fearsome than your average gangster. I doubt he'll be willing to cooperate with any law enforcement, Zach.
Evidence organized. Woo! The Casa Pineapple. That's where we are. We're in the Pineapple House.
You know, I keep thinking about that movie we stopped to see on our way here, Zach. The Island, 2005, directed by Michael Bay.
That's a pretty good movie. Have you guys seen that one?
For a movie being shown at a cinema complex, it was surprisingly artistic. An experimental setting mixed with hard-hitting drama.
I didn't know that was a Michael Bay film.
It was art house sci-fi.
Because it is very artsy.
That director's going to change the history of art house films.
Okay, but he's not.
Are you following me here? This is another special film that's setting a new standard, just like Star Wars and Blade Runner did.
Oh, yeah?
This is a turning point, Zach. You may be witnessing the birth of a vital new word that will soon become a part of film history. Yes, this single movie may be responsible for creating a whole new genre several years down the line.
Yeah, I don't know about all that.
A genre known as island movies. I sure like the sound of that. Don't you, Zach?
No. Come in. Answer the door. He who knocks. That's my quest. Quest's updated. Link board has been updated or unlocked. Damn. We still save with a phone. In this game, you can use phones to save your progress. Phones are located inside certain facilities around the town and can be used whenever you wish. There it is. Clop, 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 clop. Hello. Whoa! Oh! Damn! What's my opinion of this game so far? It's much too early finale, but so far I'm happy with it. 60. The demon throne? I'm sure it's fine.
I'm very satisfied with the decorations and the size of this closet, Zach. And it's even got a security box. What else could a man ask for? It's proof that we're still safely inside the fringes of modern civilization.
Yes. We can change... Aha! We can use the closet to change our clothes and send dirty clothes out for dry cleaning. If we wear the same clothes for too long, they become dirty. Nice. Hopefully we can buy new clothes, too. You can use the toolbox to store items. Isn't it a briefcase? You can only hold so many items on your person at once. Rubber bullets. Rubber non-lethal bullets that can be used in Mr. Alligator. What the hell is Mr. Alligator? I'll answer that door in a minute, chat. You know we're gonna grow that beard back out. This little baby face fella. Oh my god, I can actually shower?
Due to the nature of our work, we've had to stay at hotels all over America. But Zach, do you know what I hate most about living out of a hotel?
What's that?
Shower pressure. The shower was invented so that human beings could quickly bathe in large quantities of water, correct? Yet there are far too many hotels in our nation that have showers with embarrassingly weak water pressure.
What year is DP1? 2010.
It's an outrage. And I'll keep tooting my horn about this every chance I get, believe you me.
Go ahead and toot your horn all you want, baby. Oh, we are showering. We can actually shower in this game. My god. I did it. I'm so powerful. Amazing. Meow. Meow. Hello? Hey.
Hey there, chef. What's cooking?
Chef, what are you talking about, sir?
Uh-oh.
I'm the concierge, David.
But it's David? David Jawara, not Dave Jawara. Wait, what was the chef's name?
I just heard from our chef that you wish to learn the meaning behind our town's name.
Yes, I've gathered that Le Carré is French, but does it have any special meaning?
Oh boy.
Why, yes, sir, of course it does. A very clear, logical meaning. All names have meanings. Would you like to know what this one means?
Yes, I would.
Jolly good, sir. Then allow me to explain. Le Carré means square in French.
Ah. And?
That's it.
That's it?
Yes, that's it, sir. Do take a gander at the town map in the lobby if it fancies you.
The town is a square.
It's beautiful, valuable, and old. I'm sure you'll understand once you see it.
Because it's a different person, prostitute.
Now, please excuse me, sir. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to ask.
You should have played it off like, I just call everybody chef. Ah.
Did you see that, Zach? That was clearly David. Not a twin, not a split personality, just the work of a true professional. It's bizarre, but I can understand it.
So this is
Remember
supposed to be
what
the
they say,
same person?
Job makes the man.
Oh no. Another did case? I did it. I answered the door. Check out the old map of Le Carré inside the motel lobby. What's up, chef? What's up, children? Hey, chef. There it is. That's where I'm going.
Do you feel that, Zach? Dozens of paintings no one will ever see. The faint scent of tobacco baked into these walls for over a century. Now that's what I call a hotel. Zach, can you see him? His fashion sense is beyond me, but he appears to be a gentleman. Perhaps we should talk to him.
Is that a mirror? No. Maybe. What?
Nice tie. Did you buy it here?
It's been a long time since someone spoke to me.
Excuse me?
No one these days ever tries to see me.
They can see what's far in the distance, but are blind to what's in front of them. No. Maybe they're only pretending not to see. That's what civilized society does to people.
Exactly. Ever since mankind got their hands on civilization, they zoomed away at a frightening speed.
Zoomed away from what?
We can talk to ghosts now. Something funny?
Don't be a fool. You know the answer. As for me, just call me Hungan.
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 Look at that. Look at that
Title
neck.
given to a leader in a certain religion. Is that what you are?
Ugh. Oh. Uh-huh.
Do you comprehend the Oracle?
The Oracle. Put on your religion hat, Zach. Here we go.
Fell 10 maidens in the shrine of hunger. Find the flying serpent in the ambiguous zero. Dance with the flying serpent, and you will glimpse the other world.
10 maidens and an ambiguous zero. Got it. But what do you mean by otherworld?
Follow the Oracle.
Okay.
Zach, did you hear all that?
I think I
Looks
think
like
so.
we've already taken our first step into chaos. But such is our duty. We need to accept the chaos, let it inside, then carefully dismantle it piece by piece. And after we've put all the pieces back into their rightful places, the truth will reveal itself. Let's capture the truth and present it with a shiny pair of silver bracelets, Zach.
Handcuffs. I see. Yeah, I don't get the fancy screen with any dancing animals. Man, that's a loud shoe noise. Meow. What can we buy here? Lollipop, butter cookie, chocolate chip cookie, donut. Meow. Take a look at this square map. Man, I better get that whistle song at some point.
Zach, this is Lucare. I think I'm finally starting to understand what our concierge was trying to say. You can tell this town was built by a very methodical person. No, wait. Maybe they just didn't care, and that's why it ended up this way. It's just another symbol of mankind's obsession with molding nature to fit our own rules.
Square. Okay. No, I can't tell how big the town is, but it doesn't look as big as Greenvale, does it? Map has been unlocked.
Zach, what did you think of Hungan's Oracle? Despite all the dramatic build-up, it's little more than a childish riddle. Heartwarming, really. Exactly the kind of feeling one gets from the good old-fashioned countryside. Now let's start by tracking down those 10 maidens. The Oracle gave us a place and an act. We need to go to the Shrine of Hunger and fell 10 maidens. Now where in this town can one satiate their hunger? The hotel and where? And the 10 things that need to be knocked down. Simple, right? The answer is bowling. The shape of the bowling pin was based on the feminine form. The 10 maidens are the 10 pins.
Was it now?
But a place where someone can both eat and bowl at the same time.
This one here.
I'm skeptical as to whether we'll be able to find such a place in a backwoods town like this.
It's right there. It's the place.
Alexis's Diner and Lane. This is it, Zach.
Ah,
There are even pins and a bowling ball on the sign.
I should have selected the other ones.
I bet we'll be able to eat some Cajun cuisine and bowl there. Maybe even both
too
at
good.
the same time.
I'm just too good, you know?
Nice job, Zach. I knew you'd be able to
Oh
find
my
it.
god, can we go bowling? We're gonna go bowling, chat!
Now for the other oracle. There's no flying serpent on this map. Could it be a contrail or perhaps a dragon? I'm sure we'll find out later. First, let's just figure out where we need to go. Do you know what the ambiguous 0 represents? 0 is usually treated as a base number, but under what conditions would a base number be ambiguous? The answer is temperature, Zach. Yes. 0 degrees Fahrenheit is minus 17.7 degrees Celsius.
This one.
And 0 degrees Celsius is 32 degrees Fahrenheit. You'd be hard-pressed to find a more ambiguous 0 than that.
That's true. I'm assuming it's the food
question
delivery
is,
service.
Does our 0 refer to Celsius or Fahrenheit? Let's think for a moment. We're in Louisiana. Which measurement system do we use here in America?
Celsius. It must be the graveyard.
Very funny, Zach.
Yes.
Now it's time to get serious.
All right, he's not
You
gonna
already
actually...
know the answer, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Do you know what the ambiguous 0 represents? 0 is usually treated as a base number.
All right, he's
But
not gonna
under what
talk about it.
conditions would a base
Each
number
place.
be ambiguous?
It's this one.
Clarkson Food Delivery
I
Services
know.
cold storage warehouse. That's got to be it. Even with this blazing sun in the sky, they can easily keep the temperature below freezing. Be honest now, Zach. You knew the answer from the very start, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I like the music. $10. Nice. We decrypted the oracle.
And how about that Hoongan? What a mysterious character. His oracles may end up determining how much time we spend in this town.
Take that picture, chat. Take it to your barber. Let's get it going. Where's it going? What's he got? Oh my.
Sorry, boss, but this is a smoke-free hotel.
Now wait a
If
minute.
you're dying to smoke, head out the entrance and you'll find a smoking area in the rear parking lot.
Don't tell me. You're the
At
bellboy.
your service, boss.
David Uwara, bellboy.
Are you good friends with the concierge and the chef?
We work at the same place, yeah. But, I can't really say whether we're good friends with each other. We're all professionals, though. Nothing more, nothing less.
I believe we've struck gold here, Zach. It just screams Deep South, actually. No, it doesn't. This is all his charm. So, if I want to smoke, I should go out the entrance and around to the rear parking lot?
Bada bing, bada boom.
Please don't shoot me.
Okay. I'll play by your rules.
If this happened to you, if you guys stayed at a hotel and there was one person who acted completely differently at every roll like that, what would you stay there or would you leave? Would you find it charming or creepy? Who is this lady? Damn, ma'am.
Hey, boss. How can I be of service?
Hey, boss. David, this hotel is pretty impressive. Why, thanks, boss. We're proud of our hotel here. Yes, we are. I can see why. Speaking of which, did you happen to take a peek at the decorations in the bathroom or on the first floor? I did them myself, I'll have you know. I don't know why he went like that. If you haven't, then go take a look. Oh, yeah. And we're also really proud of how strong our water pressure is. Meaning? Hey, this is the South, boss. Doesn't take long to drown yourself in sweat, catch my drift. Anyways, we made sure to set our shower's water pressure to high. Well then, I can't wait to experience it. I may just have to try it out tonight. I already showered. If there was only one guy working there but different roles and there was no one to vouch for him, you might look for another hotel. You'd quit talking to them, but they would come talking to you. Would you just no longer talk to someone, Trinity? Then who is the more awkward person? Can I talk to Hoongan? Oh man, when you sprint too much. Oh no, it's... Hello?
Zach, here's another perfect symbol of the human condition. Hunting trophies. And it's a buffalo hunting trophy. Now that's a surprise.
Yes.
I've seen several trophies made out of human skin, but never a buffalo's.
Now, I'm gonna need you to step back. Whose trophies?
Looking at him brings out this strange feeling from within me. Yes, the very same feeling I got when watching a certain film from 1984, directed by Peter Hyams, 2010. The last scene in that film filled me with such a sublime, majestic feeling. It was filled with everything that was missing from the finale of 2001: A Space Odyssey.
I've never seen 2010. Is it good, chat? What's up, Pete? So far, so good.
Just talking about it makes me want to watch it again. Let's watch it once we get home. Promise, Zach.
Leave me alone, weirdo. That's what you would say, huh? I can call, but I wanna go outside, real bad. Beautiful. I don't see any red on that tree. Excuse me. Any moment you're ready. Thank you, Mary Jane. Any moment you're ready, game. Any moment you're ready, game. And you got a lot to load. The Nintendo Switch only using 1/10 of its power. It's too powerful for this game. Is my... We good? Are we good? Yeah, we're good. Nice. Boom. Smoke them if you got them. Let me hear it. Bird.
Compared to non-smokers, smokers have a 4.7 times greater chance of getting lung disease.
The fuck are you? Knock her out.
You know that means it's more likely than getting asbestos poisoning?
Lock him up.
The risk of death from lung cancer is actually much lower than what you think it is. In fact, it's tiny when compared to heart disease, strokes, and pneumonia.
That's right.
We're always surrounded by easy ways to die, you know. Some
Smoke.
people even get randomly struck by lightning and die right there on the spot.
Then I reckon you also know that secondhand smokers have 1.3 times greater the risk compared to smokers?
Of course.
So you won't mind paying the damages when I die of lung disease? How about writing that in a contract for me? You got a pen, right?
Who the hell does she think she is? Does she want her autograph? Okay. What do we got?
I promise to protect you from all the evil in our world. Well, that's stupid. By the way, what's your name?
FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan.
Whoa!
Please, just call me York. That's what everyone calls me.
Is something wrong with you?
Yes.
Adults ain't supposed to act like that. I only asked for your name so I can write it on the contract. You should have been able to figure that out if you're a real FBI agent like you said. Come on, sign here. Right here on the paper.
Just as I thought, Zach. This contract paper, it's a Sang Rouge wrapper. Sang Rouge is here, too. This must mean that Sang Rouge is connected to the Lise Clarkson murder case somehow. This is a sprawling case that spread across the entire South. It's within our jurisdiction, Zach. We'll need to steal the right to investigate from the local authorities at once. By the way, miss, what's your name?
Patricia Woods. But I gotta write my name myself, or else it won't be a real signature.
Patricia Woods. There she is.
Tell me, Patricia, does this town have a sheriff? Or is it under the jurisdiction of the nearest city police?
Perfect timing. Well, go on and steal it if you want it. I was just thinking about how this is way out of my daddy's league.
True.
Thank you for the information, Patricia. Okay, Zach, it's time to get to work. How should we seize control from the sheriff this time?
Let's think about this. Even a special agent needs to stay sharp when it comes to the basics. Run. We can crouch. We can dodge. We can move. We can melee. We can red room? She alright? Oh! Oh, God. Oh. Alright, let's look at the red room. Plus allows you to enter the red room, but it's not plus, it's X. Inside, you can access the following: their journal, inventory, map config, title screen, album, guidebook, data, and link board. Let's look at the map. In the map menu, you can view the map and set custom waypoints. Simply move the cursor over the point you'd like to place the waypoint, press A. This will make indicators appear to help guide you toward your destination on the overworld. There's Wyvern Balloon, the altar, an altar. Hey, it's just an altar in general, and a whole bunch of other things. Okay, that's fine. Oh my God, you can zoom out. Man, this is much smaller than Greenvale, unless there's like a second map at some point, or if the scale is just that much bigger. Man, even the map isn't quite handling the frames that well. You have college work to do you, Vortex? I understand. You are very responsible. Oh, it doesn't tell me what things are when I cycle when I'm over top of them though. I have to use the legend, which I can't bring back. Oh no. No. This is how it looks. That is what zooming in and out looks like. That's as smooth as it can be. You bullied me to change the lurk command? You didn't. It wasn't you. I decided to do it. What? What does switch do? Okay, whatever. We don't need it. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Oh! My God. Where's my skateboard? Oh. What the fuck was that? That scared the shit out of me. Hello.
Hey there. So, you're the fella from the FBI I've been hearing so much about. I'm Melvin. They call me the sheriff round here.
Are you... Melvin Woods. Uh-oh. Sheriffs don't have a good reputation in Deadly Premonition.
FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan? But call me York if you can. That's what everyone calls me.
Huh?
To the policeman with the chef, that'd be pretty good.
Mr. York. How's that sound?
Fine by me.
I'm sure you figured this out, but our town's a small one.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Folks are already busy spreading gossip about how some FBI agents come to town. Now, I reckon you came from the city. What was it? D.C., L.A., or New York? Anywho, in the city, it's normal not to know who your neighbor is. Fella who moves in next to you could cook up a dozen folks in his backyard and no one would bat an eye.
What?
That's the city for you.
Hi, Nebben.
Now,
unfortunately,
I never lived
none.
in one myself, but I visited him a few times, so I know what it's like. All pigs must die in the city of wolves.
Where do you get that from?
Yeah! Now, does that sound badass or what? I bet you'd... Hey! I know, CLG. I'm just trying to make a little small talk, that's all.
CLG?
Anywho, round these parts, everyone knows each other's name.
Is it Cheers?
So lots of folks get leery when they see an étranger like you.
I thought he was going to say an E-stranger.
Protect the town, I thought I'd stop by and say hello.
Zach, it looks like this sheriff is quite the happy-go-lucky type. A clear indication of just how peaceful this town is. Melvin, about the Lise Clarkson case.
I knew you were here for that case. Can't put one past the FBI. So they even got eyes on the smallest of towns like us.
Those wrists. What are you doing?
Our world is filled with information, and it's all within their grasp. FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Oh my God.
The Lise Clarkson case is connected to a top-secret case that we've...
I know. If you're fixing to take the lead, then go right ahead. I'm just the humble sheriff of a tiny little town. My jobs are to stop my neighbors from beating the piss out of each other and listen to old folks complain.
Classic.
Honestly, this whole murder case has been weighing me down. So I'm gonna give you my full cooperation, Mr. Special Agent, sir.
Well, that was easy.
Zach, that was anticlimactic.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I didn't even get to use my secret weapon.
Smile. What's a secret weapon?
Melvin, there's a cold storage warehouse on the southern end of town, isn't there? I'd like to get permission to enter it.
Say what?
You want to see where the body's being kept, right?
Oh, I get it now.
They're keeping her in a freezer?
Lisa's body, yeah. Now, that's what I call a special agent. You already figured that much out.
Mostly, Nebben. Mostly. It started out in present day, 2018.
I'm not too sure that, going down there at this point is really gonna help much. You know?
Explain it yourself, Daddy.
That's incredible. I don't believe this. Amazing. Did you hear that, Zach? They put the body in a cold storage warehouse.
That's what I was thinking.
This is fantastic.
I
Insanely fantastic.
Hug him.
Really?
Eat his ass.
How about that?
It's the South.
Well, all right then. I'll head on down to the warehouse ahead of you and make sure we get permission to search it.
Sounds good.
The management company only keeps the warehouse open during certain hours, so you'll have to come during those hours. I ain't looking to create any further disturbances. So be on time. Got it? Come on, let's roll, CLG.
I'm gonna walk home, Daddy. I still got another stop to make.
Oh, if you say so, sweetie. She's a real sharp one, as you can see, so I try to stay out of her way. Well, all right then, York. I'll see you at the warehouse.
When did he say? I don't even know. Bye. The kid is the bad guy. Oh, my game. Oh, my game. Go back. Oh! I got charged $100. Oops. Do I have a gun? I don't think I've got a gun right now. Oh my fucking God. Where's my skateboard, Chief?
Hey, you.
Hey.
You ain't secretly cutting kids up and sticking them into jars while you work as an FBI agent on the surface, are you?
Possibly, honestly.
Or using your FBI connections to sell kids to child trafficking organizations?
I haven't checked his Switch. He might own Super Smash. I don't know.
I've arrested people who've done both, but I've never engaged in either of those activities myself. Of course, I have imagined doing such things in order to learn more about the psychology of the criminals I deal with.
It was just a joke. Why are you getting all serious? And don't tell me what you imagine, or else I'll get scared of you for real.
She looks like a woman, but miniature. She looks like a woman, like a grown woman model, but pint-sized. That's what I imagine prostitute looks like in real life.
Hey, can I come with you?
No.
You signed a contract with me, remember? And besides, I'm kind of worried about my daddy.
Do whatever you like. This is America, land of the free. But I have one condition.
What condition?
Don't ask me about Zach. It's a private matter.
Yes.
Zach, it feels like she's carrying something with her. Kind of reminds me of you back when we first met. I can't leave her alone like this. You feel the same way, don't you?
I like that. Main quest. Okay. Indicators help you stay aware of your direction and distance. Main quest and side quests have the same indicator. Okay. She's sliding. Dude. What are you... What is she pointing? What is she pointing at? The dumpster? Thanks. Slap some sense into her. It's a lot more money in this game than it was in the last one. Come on. Oh, Jesus Christ. Come on, woman, let's go. She can't keep up. I see. I'm pretty sure this close one is the diner.
Melvin called you a strange name. CLG, I think. What exactly does that mean?
Clever little girl. That's what it stands for, at least. It's nice that he made up his own nickname for me and all, but it sounds kind of weird. I wish he'd call me something normal, like just Patricia or Patty, you know?
Patty? Now that name's got a ring to it. I like it. How about Zach and I call you Patty from here on out?
Do whatever you like. Weirdo. You're heading to the warehouse, right? You gonna go straight there?
No.
Well, I'm not sure yet. I'll have to talk to Zach. We're also on a mission to fell 10 maidens, you see. I'm eager to visit Alexis's diner in Lane, but we've only just arrived in this town, so it might be nice to stroll around a bit.
What? I thought you came here to investigate.
Patty, you're still just a child. Why do you worry so much? We're born to be free. And this is America, land of the free. You should always feel free to do whatever you want. Isn't that right, Zach?
Maybe I shouldn't have come with you. I'm getting kind of nervous now.
That's what we do best. Make everyone around us feel nervous and anxious. My God, look at those trees. I ask you. Whoa! Look at this bad boy. My God. I want this hearse. When I die, put me in this, Chad. And then burn it. Oh my God. How does this run worse than the first game? From 10 years ago.
Patty, is something wrong?
No.
I got something to say.
Oh, good.
When I first met you in the hotel parking lot, you mentioned Saint Rouge, right? If you want to find it, maybe you should track down Professor R.
Professor R.
Professor R?
Yeah. Professor R owns the jazz bar on the other side of the bayou.
How do you know that?
Because.
So this console also has The Witcher 3 on it?
Because, huh? Interesting.
Professor R owns the bar. Owl's Nest has been unlocked. Why is there just a picture of a woman? Excuse me. The Owl Nest. DP2 is greater than Breath of the Wild. True. Unequivocally true. This game has Ark on it? Oh my god. The frame rate inside isn't that good, but it's better than whatever the hell was out there. Is that Professor R? I was hitting the punch button. I had to turn away real quick. I'm about to lose all my money. Pardon me, ma'am. Special Agent Francis York Morgan. At your service. I'm hungry. In real life as well. Look at the laminated cover on the table. Very realistic. Why is she here? Oh, shit. She's lining it up. She's got a leopard ball. We're staring right into her eyes. My God.
10 maidens, Zach. Let's topple their hourglass figures and complete this oracle once and for all.
This man wants to bone a
Oh my
bowling
lord.
pin.
I don't believe I've seen you around here before.
No.
Sorry, honey, but you can't smoke in here.
What?
Since you're with Patricia, I'm guessing you're some friend of Melvin's.
This isn't America.
He's Agent York from the FBI. This is Alexis, the owner of this restaurant. I'm helping out Agent York in his investigation. We signed a contract.
Oh my lord. Well, ain't that something?
Alexis Jawara. Wait a minute. I know that name.
I'm FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan.
Is this David?
Please, call me York. Everyone's always called me that.
Oh my lord. Well, that's got to be the strangest introduction I've ever heard. No wonder everyone in town's been talking about you.
Hey, Alexis. What are you laughing at? Something funny?
I want a chocolate sundae, but no cherries. I want 2 wafers instead.
Those eyes
Don't
said
put too
I'm going to
many Rice
punch you when
Krispies
I
on
get
it.
out.
Oh, but don't scrimp on the chocolate syrup either.
I'm sorry? Calm down, woman.
Oh my lord. And what'll it be for you, honey?
Coffee.
Alexis, are these photos of the town?
Oh, you like my pictures? My hobby's collecting snapshots of what our town used to be like. So whenever someone gives me an old picture, I just put it up here on display. Our world these days feels a bit cold to me, you know? Just thought it'd be nice to help folks remember what it was like in the good old days.
Zach, did you hear that? The good old days. Even in a remote town that's already far behind the times, there are still people who yearn for the past.
She told me what was going on, you know.
What?
Lise, you don't need to try and hide it from me, honey.
When did she tell you?
Last time she came here, she told me all about it. Some odd fella was following her around. Stalking her like.
Lise did?
What kind of fellow?
Investigation
She
music.
said he had a really tall shadow.
Uh-oh.
How tall?
As tall as an oak tree.
It wasn't me.
Did that ring any bells for you?
Sadly, it didn't. I know just about everyone in this here town, but I ain't never seen a man who stands that tall. Maybe it really was an oak tree and she just mistook it for someone. Sometimes the silhouettes of them trees with lots of Spanish moss hanging down make me feel a little funny too.
I don't think so, Alexis. Lise said the shadow was following her, correct? That means she must have been stalked by a man as tall as an oak tree.
That's true.
If she had only mistaken an oak tree for a person, she wouldn't have described it that way. She
dumb
might have said,
bitch.
It felt like a crowd of people was staring at me.
Yes, exactly.
Good.
She certainly wouldn't have talked about being followed by someone. Thank you, Patty. Zach, this data is all very intriguing, but it isn't the answer we're looking for.
Maybe it's
we came to knock down the 10 maidens, remember?
Maybe it's an int.
Oh, yeah! Booyah! Oh, I got a turkey!
truly mesmerizing, Zach. This is why I never tire of small-town investigations. Same goes for you, right?
Smile. Oh my God. Do we have to fight the old woman to be able to bowl?
Agent York, if you're fixing to bowl, you're gonna be disappointed.
Whoa.
Mrs. Carpenter never lets anyone else use the lane while she's here.
I told you. Hey,
Patty, that's exactly what I came to do.
Why is the camera
you see,
doing
Zach
this?
and I need to bowl down 10 maidens.
Fine, go on and try if you wanna, but I'm gonna eat my sundae.
Suplexer?
Hey! Are you nuts?
What's the most addictive drug in the world?
How should I know?
It's sugar, Patty. Far more people die from obesity and diabetes than from cocaine and heroin. Alexis, would you give her some milk?
Oh, my Lord. Coming right up, honey.
Milk?
Sugar might be dangerous, but it ain't against the law. You got no right to take that from me, even if you are some FBI agent.
Actually, Patty, I do. We signed a contract, remember? I promised to protect you from all the evil in our world.
Hey!
Did he?
Delicious. What an amazing chocolate sundae.
Did he just
Zach,
drink
I think
that?
we just uncovered an incredible treasure here. I feel like I could eat one of these every day while we're in this town.
Oh, what?
Okay. That's why we need to explore these more often. Special sale for sunburned customers. I can get sunburned?
What'll it be, honey?
What you got?
Is this place a bowling alley or a restaurant?
Oh, my Lord. What's wrong, honey? Can't tell the difference? It says restaurant right there on the outside.
And how do you explain that, then?
That's so the customers can bowl while they eat. Convenient, ain't it?
Sounds dangerous.
If you want to bowl, honey, you'll have to ask Mrs. Carpenter to open up the lane for you. But if you just want to eat, then all you need to do is call my name. Got it? Oh.
You know, the best food I had in the South was at a brisket place in South Carolina. I've never been, like, deep South, though. Like, I've been to Florida, but that doesn't count, right? Right, Matthew? Like, I've never been to Louisiana or Texas or anything, but, I bet they got some good eating. Beignet. Red beans and rice. Ugh.
Come back anytime, honey. You ain't gonna find any better Cajun food in all of Louisiana.
Drew. The further north you are in Florida, the further south you get. That's true. Maybe I gotta go to Tallahassee. Excuse me, old woman. I will break these.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Oh, howdy, stranger. My, you're a handsome one. You came out here from the city, didn't you? I can always spot you city folk from a mile away.
Mrs. Carpenter.
I'm FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan.
Call me York.
Would you mind calling me York, ma'am?
Everyone calls me that.
Oh, so you are from the FBI. I thought as much. So sophisticated. Well, my horoscope in the paper today told me I'd be meeting someone new. And those horoscopes never miss. They're the real deal. Why, one even predicted when I'd bowl my first perfect game. Oh, no. Oh, could you stand a bit closer to me? Whew, that was a close one.
What?
If you move any further that way, you'll cast a shadow over the lane. Well, the sheriff did that once, and something horrible happened. The next time I bowled, I got a gutter ball. First time in 12 years. I was mortified. And I am going to make sure nothing like that ever happens again. In our world, some routines lead to good things, while others only lead to the bad. So, you mustn't ever cast a shadow over the lane. Is that understood?
Do I see her voodoo dolls? No. I look at her eyes when she speaks,
It's a
M-dash.
routine, Zach.
You
Understand?
pervert.
Just like us and coffee. Incidentally, ma'am, would you mind letting me use this lane too? I'm investigating the Lise Clarkson murder case. And I need to topple 10 maidens, no matter what it takes.
No, absolutely not. Not even the FBI can take my lane from me. I haven't given it up once ever since my husband passed away over a decade ago.
You can meet him if you don't give it to me.
Never break my promise to him.
Lock her up.
But
Now, if you'll excuse me.
We gotta cast a shadow on our lane. I'm gonna give her a gutter ball.
Ooh, you like that?
Ow.
That's what I'm talking about. Who's your mama?
Zach, it looks like negotiations have failed. Now I'm afraid we have no choice but to force her to let us use her bowling lane.
All right, it's time for violence.
Yes, I know. I won't do anything illegal.
Oh, fuck. Find a way to get Mr. Carpenter to let you use the bowling lane. I mean, if this isn't casting a shadow in our lane, I don't know what is. See that? What are you doing? Plant drugs on her? True. Excuse me.
Excuse me, Mrs. Carpenter.
Stop! Not now.
She's basking.
Can't you see I'm already in my bowling stance?
She's Carol basking in the sunlight.
What, are you blind?
Yes. Off she goes.
Holy mother of bowling balls, let me pick up this split. Holy mother of bowling balls, let me pick up this split. Holy mother of bowling balls, let me pick up this split.
Holy mother of bowling balls. Loser! It didn't work. She's dying, quick!
That stance, always works on a split. Oh, yeah.
Zach, our new friend appears to be a very superstitious lady. We should try and utilize this trait of hers in order to gain access to the lane for a bit. That was an amazing shot, Mrs. Carpenter. In fact, it may have been the most amazing shot I've ever seen. Speaking of which, where did you happen to find all those neat little items? The ones you used to help you bowl that split just now?
Ooh, you got a keen eye there, Mr. Special Agent.
Damn right.
Taking a liking to my collection, have you?
Let's burn it.
Oh, yes. A great liking.
I buy all my charms and power stones from Erzuli Frida.
Erzuli Frida.
Erzuli Frida.
Erzuli Frida, though.
Yes, it's a mystical establishment run by the Mirror.
The mirror.
The mirror.
If you're interested, I can mark it on your map for you.
Zach, this is it. Erzuli Frida. There must be a treasure trove of dubious trinkets on sale there. We may even be able to find something capable of changing
Really?
her mind.
I actually have to leave and come back to get her off of her bowling. I really can't just punch her in the face.
It really feels like we're in the deep south now, doesn't it?
Damn right. Fair enough. Find a way. You may find a way to convince Mrs. Carpenter to let you bowl. Something about Urzuli Frida. Urzuli Frida has been unlocked. Well, later, bitch. Meow. I mean, what? That's the one I saved in. Okay. Just put her down and go bowling. Put her down. Take her out. So in the first game, there was very little of quests, like main story quests that had you explore the town. Like you only needed to go, like it spawned you at like the milk barn, but then you left immediately. Like you went to the graveyard once. It fast traveled you to that restaurant, and then you just had to wait there for a while. But this one, it looks like they're actually going to try to make you explore the town a little bit, which I'm okay to do. That'll allow us to explore these side quests that'll be so good, and all these other little interactions. If the game loads. If the game loads. Oh no, we're back outside. I forgot. God save us.
I thought you came here to bowl.
Yes, I did.
Then why are you leaving? You gave up on trying to convince Mrs. Carpenter to let you play?
No, Patty, neither Zach nor I have given up on anything.
The hell is this? Okay. How do I take my... How do I get my skateboard? Here's our inventory. We can carry only up to 30 different items with us. Oh my god. Alright. Where do we need to go for this lady? Urzuli Frida. There she is. I don't know. Wait, which one is she? Oh my god, please. Oh, I see. I did put a waypoint there. Alright, nice. Maybe I forgot it at the hotel. You know damn well he puts it in his butt. Where is my... I see the waypoint, but man, the waypoint should be in front of the quest marker, in my opinion. You see that little yellow bit at the top? That's my waypoint, behind the red. Oh my god. My frames. Give them back. Double check that prison pocket. I think she'll be okay if we use our skateboard because she can teleport. See? Wait a minute. Is that David? Who is this woman? We're almost there. Yeah, what's up, chat? This entire town is David? I kind of wish it was. Dude. What's this? Oh, nice. I can get into tight spaces by crouching, baby. Easy. Alright, well that was worthless. Meow. I'm glad there are no cars in this town that actually work. It's only people. I'm almost to the place I need to be at. Oh my god. What was the update for that I downloaded today? If I look at the ground, does it get better? A little bit. Look at that run cycle. Up! Is my Nintendo Switch gonna catch on fire? I don't think it can handle this. I had to know, chat. You know I had to check out what was going on down there. Urzuli Frida.
A voodoo shop. It's a voodoo shop.
Just looks like a dumb souvenir shop to me.
Of course it does, Patty.
Because you're an idiot.
You're much too young to understand the true value of such a place.
Oh! Did you see that? Did I even have a button prompt to go inside? I just pushed it, and it worked. I saw Francis, I saw York's, his gums, man. When an update turned out to be a downgrade. For this game, that might be a good thing, but... Man, oh man, the frames are painful. Inside, I guess it's okay. Oh.
This is all kid stuff.
What?
It's just a bunch of charms.
She didn't say and guns.
I'm allowed to watch TV and go on the internet, but I ain't allowed in here? My daddy makes no sense sometimes. You agree, right, Agent York? This is all just kid stuff.
Look at this, Zack. All the mysticism of the Deep South gathered up into one quaint little shop. This is 100 times more exciting than the FBI evidence vault.
Can I have a gun?
It's a vast treasure chest. So much to study, so much to learn.
Man, it must be a really boring town if this is the guy that you spend all day with. Hello, Urzuli. Oh my god. It's me. Oh. Oh.
Thou art a seeker, and I see the object of thy desire.
You alright? Oh? Oh. Oh!
Doth this be what thou seekest?
Is that... It's the mirror. Is that Mr. Alligator?
I could sell it to thee now.
I'll take it.
And only now. Surely fortune shall not bless thee with another chance.
Yes.
Purchase this, and know that thy wishes shall be granted.
I would buy it. I wouldn't care. I would buy it.
That's crazy.
It's sold.
Even I can tell you're getting cheated, Agent York.
I disagree, Patty. This person can be trusted. I've been studying people for quite a while, so I can tell. That figurine is connected to our future.
My price is true. What say thee?
Man, is this where we get our infinite ammo gun too? Buy the alligator figurine. Yes. Most easily done. A strapping alligator wearing a top hat and standing on two legs. He's also carrying a cane. Yes. That's what it is, prostitute. I will buy it. I would buy it. I would buy in real life. Present me with that for $30. Sold. I'm telling you right now.
Thou art a man of refined taste. I am loath to part with it, but 'twould be a fool's errand to keep it from such a keen-eyed soul.
What's wrong with you?
I mean, what's wrong with you?
No normal person would ever buy a piece of junk like that. Not even at a garage sale.
Oh man, imagine finding that at a garage sale, getting it for like $5. Oh, what a steal.
Marvelous, isn't it, Zack?
Yes.
What a treasure. I can't wait to use it.
Use it? Where? How?
Isn't it obvious, Patty? I'm going to put it in front of Mrs. Carpenter's house.
In front of her house?
Yes. I'm sure this figurine will stop her right in her tracks, and that'll give us a chance to finally topple the 10 maidens.
Are you serious?
Of course I am. And so is Zach. Aren't you?
I'm seriously wondering if I should quit helping you out with this.
We did it. Place the alligator figurine in front of Mrs. Carpenter's house. Did it say while she's home or while she's not home? It keeps going. I'm not skipping that. Create a voodoo charm. What? Hello. While she's home. I feel like that's not what we should do. In between 10:30 and 6 o'clock. Fair enough. Man, she's not home for very long and very late. Oh. What you got?
Verily, much shall serve thee well here.
Is this your Vampire Masquerade voice actor demon? Charms can help you out in various ways. Necklaces boost bullets' elemental effects. Dolls boost physical abilities. Incense boosts skateboard abilities. And talisman boosts your performance in mini games. So incense and talismans are the most important. We can create charms here and equip them at the altar. I can enhance my charms here. Pick any charms you like the most, enhance them, and create your own personal voodoo loadout. You can also expand your altar so that you can equip more charms at once. Creating, enhancing, and expanding will all cost you some materials and money. Search every last nook and cranny of La Carre to gather what you need. Let's create something. I need low-quality cloth and dog fur to make this. Killer bee stinger. Catfish whisker. What? Why do I need a dog tail? Okay.
I can see it. Thy return is imminent. Thou hath discovered the very purpose of my emporium, that is.
Very much. Y is the button to get on and off my skateboard? We'll try it.
Whoa.
That was close.
Well, look at you, all standing there like you're expecting me to apologize. It's your fault for not paying attention.
Galena Clarkson. I thought it was going to be Emily for a second there in a red dress.
What?
Got a moment?
Ooh.
Can't say I do. I'm in a hurry here.
I won't take up too much of your time. I'd just like to ask you a few questions.
I said I'm in a hurry, Peckerwood. Now get out of my way.
Whoa! Tripper.
Patty, who was that?
Galena Clarkson. PJ Clarkson's second daughter, and Lisa's mother.
Oh.
Zach, we've found ourselves a Clarkson.
Nice.
No, she's not here. My dolly. She's not here. My dolly isn't here.
One of the key persons in this case just came out of the woodwork to meet us. Now things are really getting interesting. Isn't that right, Zach?
Yes. Hello. My dolly's missing. My sweet little dolly. Doesn't seem to want to talk to us. She's got a doll. Does Mirror know anything? Ooh. All items in a world can't be split into two categories, the valuable and that which lacks value. I am a special human with the power to discern such. Among these items, once joined the 5 colored beads, value shall rise beyond any dream. 5 colored beads? First, the blue bead, its name ocean, nay, the deep ocean bead, as blue as the deep sea itself. Second, the red bead, its name blood, nay, the saint's blood bead, a bead as crimson as the blood of a proud saint. Third, the green bead, its name summer, nay, indeed its name is forest, nay, meadow, nay. So what's the name of the green bead? 'Tis known as the young leaf bead. Yes, the young leaf bead is green as new budding leaves. Next comes white. White, the fresh snow bead, as white and pure as a virgin. Ugh. And when all beads are joined, you've only listed 4 so far. What? There are 5 special beads in total, right? Forsooth, there art 5. But you only listed 4. Deep ocean bead, saint's blood bead, young leaf bead, and fresh snow bead. Didst I also not list the abyssal bayou bead? A bead so black it could suck away every last ray of light. Never heard of it before, neither me nor Zach. Thou shalt gather all 5 colored beads. Gather? Me? Forsooth. Why? Thou art the human who perceiveth true value, art thou not? Meaning, I bestow thee with the knowledge of the 5 colored beads. Now only thou can determine thy next action. Zach, he seems to believe these 5 colored beads are special. You know what I'm gonna say? I'll always agree with your opinion. Collect all 5 beads to unlock insurmountable value. Well, side quest action. You're wiggling your arms? That is a vibe. They should have hired me to do some voice acting. I like this guy's voice. The mirror. Pardon me. Ah, the loading screen. I forgot. Could you just port this to PC like tomorrow? I wonder if it'd be faster on my SD card. My God. Farting me? No, farting me. Bitch. You guys ever been to Arizona before? It's pretty dry. I've never been though. I've heard there's snakes. Moving on. Oh, God. Whoa! Dude, they do not tell you how to get on your skateboard. Your skateboard is your main method of getting around. Get on, get off, speed up, slow down. Really, no speed up, baby. It's all we need. Also, she's not following me anymore.
Hey, Zach, it looks like we were right on the money. Tracing the San Rouge distribution route led us right to Louisiana. You know what that means. We've got a hot hand, and Lady Luck's given us far more favor than she ever has before. We just happened to hear news about Lisa's murder while sitting in a bar during our vacation in New Orleans. That certainly wouldn't have happened if we had stayed in D.C. They would have given the case to another special agent, or maybe even to the state, and then we never would have found it. In the end, it would have been shut up in that vast, desolate evidence vault along with all the other cases, marked by nothing but a first-degree murder tag, buried in a soggy grave at the bottom of a sea of data. That would have been its fate. Instead, it traveled from person to person until it finally fell right into our lap. Things always work out that way for us. We've traveled all over the United States trying to track down San Rouge. We can't let this chance pass us by, can we, Zach? We need to find some sort of clue before this southern sun melts it all away.
Oh my God. That is the noise that this makes.
So, what do you think of this?
What's that?
I'm talking about him. Boondock.
I don't...
Is the skeletal gentleman friend or foe? Or does he merely exist outside the realms of ether? Still too early to tell. But it's clear that he'll be the key to this case's mysteries.
What's
My
that?
soul tells me.
I'm sorry.
By the way, Zach, Gungan feels very familiar to me. You might even say he reminds me of someone. Yes, I think I see the connection now. A cheerful, wise, yet also mysterious African-American who appeared in a variety of different films. My mind must be overlapping him with the skeletal gentleman. Do you remember his name? Ah, yes, that's it. Scatman Crothers.
I'm sorry?
In 1980, he played Dick Halloran in The Shining. And in 1983, he was in The Twilight Zone. He played the man who invited all those elderly folks into a strange new world. And you know it, Zach. There's definitely a connection here, but he's a bit too old. Scatman's more of a sage character. Our skeletal gentleman is a little younger, isn't he? Yes. They have different body types, but what about Forrest Whitaker? He made his debut in 1982 in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Then he was in Platoon and The Color of Money, both released in 1986, followed by Good Morning Vietnam in 1987. Oh, and he was in Bird in 1988.
I'm sorry?
An impressive filmography. Across the 80s, he transformed his rough, young image into a more cheerful, wiser one. That's why the 80s can also be described as the decade that built up Forrest Whitaker's career. I firmly believe that he'll win an Academy Award for Best Actor someday. Yes, I'm sure it's right around the corner. We'll most likely wait until the time is right. Maybe around next year, then he'll unleash his best performance yet. So I can call famous actors forever. But we have a case to solve here. Let's table this discussion for now.
Oh my God.
Did you notice it yet? The streets in New Orleans were a mess. All busted up and undergoing maintenance.
Oh, we've already
The
been to
city
New
was
Orleans.
built on a swamp, so the ground is soft. All it takes is some heavy rain to cave it all in. There were also a lot of places where large tree roots were pushing up parts of the asphalt and the sidewalk. Those bumps were dangerous even when we still had our car. But this town is different. The streets are all paved so cleanly that we can skate along them without a care in the world. And there's hardly any trash or graffiti to be found anywhere. The Clarksons truly do control this place. For better or worse, it's a good example of how allowing certain people to rise to power can have positive effects as well. Also, don't you find that Southern people are remarkably friendly, even to total strangers? Both here and in New Orleans, I've been amazed at how cordial everyone is. Is it just the way things are?
Oh my God.
Hey, Zach.
Yeah, what's up?
Just felt like saying that.
What we got over here, Chief?
By the way, Patty, what do you usually do when you're at home?
Is this an interrogation?
Oh, no. I just figured that since we're working together now, it'd be a good idea to learn a little more about you.
Should an adult male like you really be asking a little girl this kind of question? I feel like I heard a story about this sort of thing on the news once.
There's a time and a place for everything. You know exactly who I am, and I've also introduced myself to your father. Besides, you're the one who said you wanted to come with me.
I was just kidding, jeez. You're an FBI special agent. Why would I ever need to worry?
You shouldn't automatically trust someone just because they're an FBI special agent. One's profession and one's personality are completely separate things.
Why is he standing like that?
For example, one special agent may fall spiritually in love with a genius criminal who enjoys the taste of human flesh.
I'm sorry?
That's Hannibal. You pulled that straight out of a movie.
Just because it's a film doesn't mean it isn't deeply rooted in reality. You can't judge people solely based on where they work or how they look.
Who does?
You need to think hard and decide things for yourself.
Fine.
I need to see a real life
So
picture.
allow me to ask you this. How do you feel about me?
I don't know. I only just met you.
Exactly. Now it sounds like you're thinking. You should never feel the need to force an
it's
answer
just a
out or
safe spot.
pretend like you know something you don't. Zach, she's a good kid, isn't she? Honest and straightforward.
Oh, wait, there's one thing I can say.
Oh. What?
When you talk to yourself like that, it really creeps me out. Did you start doing that after you became an adult? Or have you just always done it? Either way, you should stop doing it. It's really weird and, like, makes me wince whenever I hear it.
Zach, did you hear that?
We make her
no
cringe.
Need to worry. Neither of us are weird, I can assure you of that. She's probably just having trouble finding the right word to describe us. No, I think I'll stop there. Wouldn't want her to think we're getting desperate.
Like I said, it's really creeping me out.
There's no one home. What is she doing?
Looks like a case of bad timing, Zach.
What's going on down there?
Let's come back later.
What's going on down there, Patty? You good? You alright? Okay.
Bad timing, Zach. We need to place the figurine in front of her house when she's home. Otherwise, it'll be useless.
Why?
Let's come back later.
Why? Why not when she comes back?
Bad timing, Zach.
Shit.
We need to... Let's come back later.
Okay, let me go. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready, chat? Here we go.
Did you notice it yet? The streets in New Orleans were a mess. All busted up.
Who's this? Hello?
Looks like a case of bad...
Blah, 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 blah. Scoot. Tony Hawk who? This is a far superior experience.
Did you notice it yet? The streets in New Orleans were a mess. All busted up and undergoing maintenance. The city was built on a swamp, so the ground is soft. All it takes is some heavy rain to cave it all in. There were also a lot of places where large tree roots were pushing up parts of the asphalt and the sidewalk. Those bumps were dangerous even when we still had our car, remember? But this town is different. The streets are all paved so cleanly.
Oops. He's gonna talk about it again.
Zach, you're a coffee person, right?
Yeah.
No sugar, only milk. Yes, I'm completely with you on that one.
Well, I actually prefer black, but...
One lollipop? 2 lollipops? 3 lollipops? Don't mind me, Zach. This is how I wake myself up.
My God. Why is it making that noise when I'm on grass? Oh! Don't adjust your TV set, chat. He's humming Amazing Grace. Oh my God. I'm crying. That was really funny. Oh. Why did he do that? Why did I get hit by a car? Why did it didn't do any damage to my skateboard? Oh, she got. Can I see a clip? Can someone make a clip of that? I want to see that part, please. I want to watch that part again later. I won't try to get her hit again. I'm a terrible father.
This town sure is peaceful, Zach. Yes, I know. I know what you're about to say. But that's why we're here. To protect this peace.
Oh my God, that was good. I gotta see it to believe it. Why does it make that noise? Oh no! Please post that in Discord. I'm gonna use that. That's gonna be a Twitter post very soon. Oh my god. Oh, that's really funny. I just like... Oh man, I want to drive this car. I can't believe what I witnessed. This game is something else. If you told me this game came out in 2010 and the other one came out this year, I'd have believed you. The generals. Oh yeah, this is what the sheriff drives. Oh my gosh. Hey Husky, did I make my own notifications for this stream? Depends on the notification. Some I did, some other artists made for me. Some are free PNGs, like pictures of fridges. How do I restore health? It keeps talking about Mr. Alligator. Well, do I have to load up my alligator with rubber bullets? And then it explodes when she finds it? Let me eat a lollipop. There's like super quiet noises of munching. Hello.
Mr. York, that was mighty quick.
Was it? Your daughter got hit by a car, by the way, and she's fine. I think there's some kind of super mutant on your hands.
The special agent does it again. You sure don't waste any time. I bet my CLG's got a lot to learn from you.
I bought an alligator.
By the way, Mr. York, looks to me like you aren't packing anything.
DM me, Husky. I'll help you.
I was on vacation in New Orleans before I happened to stop by here.
Well, shoot, that won't do. Here, I got something I think you'll like.
Oh, he's packing something. Oh! Mr. Alligator!
I call him Mr. Alligator. Badass, ain't he?
Badass. Yes. It's purple. I've got a purple pistol.
It's a tranquilizer gun for the gators.
Is it? It can only fire rubber bullets.
And here's a radio.
Okay.
With this, you won't have to worry about any expensive roaming fees.
That's true, it's a radio. I guess this game did come out in 2005. Nice.
Might take you a while to get used to him, but you'll get it.
Will it?
Try letting them rip a few times. Ain't no need to hold back out here.
You shoot them in the head until they're unconscious. The alligator tranquilizer called Mr. Alligator can only shoot rubber bullets. Shoot the kid in the face? I don't want to lose another $100, prostitute. Oh, I get to shoot these, though. All right, let's see how the shooting mechanics are. Use Mr. Alligator, the self-defense gun you got from Melvin, to destroy the wood boxes. I don't know how I feel about this. Okay, I got a couple questions about that picture there on the left. What is that? What is that? I can purchase more rubber bullets in shops. I wonder if I only have a rubber gun. Whoa! Look at that. My God, the game stutters every time. Every time they break. What is this, Peace Walker? Thank you. We did it. The power stance. Am I going to shoot dogs with rubber bullets?
Weapon.
And steal
For a
their fur?
tranquilizer gun, it really packs a punch. But I'm afraid I'll decline. After all, this town is peaceful, isn't it?
Well, sure it's peaceful. At least the humans are. But the animals, are a different story. Remember what I named it?
Mr. Dog?
There's some real mean-ass gators out there in the swamps.
Oh my God, do I fight
and every
gators?
now and then, they wander into town.
What do you... Oh yeah?
One of them even
That's
went and ate
it's up!
It happened a long time ago, but still.
Appreciate you, Husky, giving us up to M Dash. Thank you very much.
One chomp's all it takes. They swallow down every last bit of you.
What if the serial killer is an alligator? A very precise alligator.
Poor kid's parents didn't even know what to put in his coffin.
A very religious, precise alligator.
The worst part is, that taught the gators just how tasty we humans are. Some man-eating crocodiles will feast tonight. In blood swamp.
You know he's fibbing, right? Gators don't attack folks. I never heard about no kid getting swallowed by a gator.
Matthew, can you confirm?
Actually, Patricia, you're wrong.
Yeah.
I'm what?
You're wrong.
Alligators do attack people, and it could happen in any town.
Oh, Francis York Morgan's one of his favorite things he can do is correcting women. He loves it. He loves it.
Huh?
Alligator, 1980. Directed by Louis Teague. It takes place in the Midwest, I believe. A teenage girl's pet alligator gets flushed down the toilet.
Why does a teenage girl have a pet alligator?
Then, in the sewer, it feeds on the corpses of dogs that were used as test subjects for an experimental growth formula. After growing over 30 feet, it finally starts to go after humans. It's an extremely edifying movie. Back when I first saw it, I had a pet hamster.
But when I flushed it down the toilet, it never came back.
Hey, Agent York. What's your first order of business?
Did he actually do that? Is that what he's implying? I feel like he flushed his hamster down the toilet.
You're in charge now, remember?
Well said, Patricia.
Oh my God.
I nearly lost sight of my true goal. Melvin, I couldn't help but notice the name on the side of that truck. This facility is connected to the victim, isn't it?
Right. Yeah. I reckon I better start from there. I'm gonna tell it to you straight right from the beginning, Mr. York. As you guessed, this warehouse is run by the Clarksons.
Okay.
The victim's father, Danny Clarkson, is the one who manages the whole place.
That's literally where all of his knowledge comes from, M Dash.
Okay, but why did he choose to store her body in his own warehouse, right?
Yes. It's weird.
Well, that's because there ain't no other place to store it.
You don't have a morgue?
Our town has a clinic inside a church, but no more. Whenever someone kicks the bucket, we just bury him in the graveyard right outside of town. But not this time. We got a murder on our hands this time. We need to give Lisa's body an autopsy and keep it stored, right?
Matthew, I didn't know you were only 11 years old. It's pretty early for enlisting in the Air Force.
So we had no choice but to rent out a corner of this warehouse.
Are you paying her? Are you paying the father of the murdered woman to store her body in his place of business?
I see. So that's what led to the ingenious choice to store the victim's body in a facility that her family owns.
Anywho.
What about... Dude, she's in pieces. Just put her in different freezers in the police station.
This is where the real story begins. Truth is, a few days before you got here, Lisa's body went missing.
Ah, see, there we go, Chad.
Missing?
Yeah. All of a sudden, poof.
Did you leave the warehouse unlocked?
I most certainly did not. I locked the whole place up and made sure no one could get inside. No one stole the original key, and I couldn't find any fingerprints at the scene.
So, in other words, this is a locked room mystery.
The body of a beautiful young girl walks at mid... Hey!
Melvin.
All right, CLG.
What is CLG?
Reckon I should have told you about this earlier when you first said you wanted to come here. It just didn't seem like the time or place as I remember.
Clever little girl. Oh, did he say that? Why? I've never... Oh, my God. Is that a real thing? Have you ever called anyone a CLG?
Anywho, how about we call it a day and head back to my office? You can go through all the files there.
She said it earlier? I think I was probably just focusing on trying to get her hit by cars, actually.
No, thank you. This is what I came to investigate.
But Lisa's body isn't here anymore. You sure?
That doesn't bother me one bit, Melvin. You see, I met a skeletal gentleman on my way here, and he was kind enough to give me an oracle.
Ah, I've met a skeletal gentleman. That sounds about right, Amanda. Very good. I think that's how everybody should travel. He's pretty good at skateboarding. He's surprised. Well, he had literally rode about 15 miles getting here.
You holding up okay, CLG?
Where did we get that?
Sure you don't want to wait outside?
Ooh, I'll be fine, Daddy. Just make sure you don't take your eyes off of him. He's so selfish and inconsiderate. I'm still not convinced he's actually a real FBI agent. Look, he's talking to himself again.
Zach, this is the ambiguous zero, the deep freeze. Let's hurry up and find that flying serpent, shall we?
How's it going, Mocktroid? Head to the morgue. We're in the morgue. Might as well get ourselves a delicious drink. Phone a friend, perhaps. I got some rubber bullets. I got Mr. Alligator. I got a lot of rubber bullets. Figure we could probably drink a little bit of coffee. How many coffees can I store in one slot? Oh man, this what is this banger playing in the background? Freeze, copper! Wait, I'm the copper. Oh, I did a thing. You can use visions to acquire important hints that'll help you proceed through the game. What'd I just pick up? Thanks a lot for telling me to use it right now. Those eyes have seen some shit. What the hell did I just see? This is where he's keeping his daughter.
This place always gives me goosebumps, no matter how many times I come here.
Yes, it's quite the fun house. Truly a dazzling place.
I mean, Matthew, do you remember Alia? In the beginning of the game? She had a smooth baby face.
Meet entertainment. That's the only way to describe it.
I'm sorry?
Woven together by life, frozen in time, a visceral, musical...
Symphony. We eat all this in order to survive.
Dude, she looks like a small woman. It's very strange.
Yes, truly a symphony. Life and death resonating together.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Ew.
Cool. Whoa now, CLG. Since when were you interested in this kind of stuff?
What are you so surprised for, Daddy? I'm more mature than you are. I've seen way more realistic corpses on CSI, you know.
Oh, man.
At first, Zach, I was shocked by the notion of storing a victim's body alongside food. But as I gaze upon this hanging garden, I realize it's just another scene of violent, depraved murder.
Nice.
Yes. All we need to do is change our point of view, and things will expose themselves in utterly new ways.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to see over here. Frog racks! As far as the eye could see. Oh, damn it. I keep... The buttons are different in this game. This is what This is what a different button would have been. That's what the run button would have been. They're swapped. The bumpers and the triggers are swapped. Is that an XQC emote? Are you an XQC sub, Proton? Who's eating frogs? The French. The goddamn French. Slam the fart. Keck. Double. You. Look at the fish. What do we got? A black bass scale. Okay. I can't get into any of these places. Fuck the French. Drop the scale. Why would I do it, Fragmatic? I need it for scale. Can I go in one of these? No. Because it's bass. I don't get it. Can you please explain in vivid detail?
Melvin, I'd like to take this opportunity to ask you a personal question. In the hotel parking lot, when I first met you, the picture you had on your dashboard happened to catch my eye.
Girl.
Was that your wife?
Oh, her? Yeah, that's my lady, all right. Candy. Her name's Candy.
Her name is Candy?
The prettiest girl in town, which makes me the happiest boy. A shooting star landed in a rural town, right on top of a man who now has a meteor struck hard.
You always keep her photo with you?
You bet I do. The truth is, Candy's a little sick right now. She can't even leave the house no more.
Oh, poor Candy.
So I always keep her photograph with me. Kind of feels like we're always together, you know?
I see. You care for your wife a great deal. But this means that...
Yeah, that's right.
Her name is Candy Woods.
My mama had me before she married Daddy. But it don't matter. He's still my real daddy to me.
Oh, thank you, CLG. And you're my pride and joy.
Well, Zach, isn't this a heartwarming scene? But there's one thing I just can't get out of my mind. Don't you think that photograph looked a bit too old? Perhaps Candy is already... No, let's not think about that. It might be a private matter, just like you, Zach.
What's the over-under that the sheriff is the killer again? And Candy is actually chopped into bits, and he makes candy out of her. Candy is David. She caught the reverse vertiglio. Oh, man. There's no zombies so far. It's red, that means it's a bad guy. Reload. God, look at that stance. Candy is Forrest Kaysen. Oh, my meter. Oh, it didn't improve, but it adjusted to reflect how many I had. So there is stuff here. There's a bunch of stuff back there. The thing I need to advance is in there, though. Oh, damn it! I keep pushing that button to run. It's not the button anymore. Did I play Far Cry 5? I played it for a few hours, and then I never played it again. Not for any other reason. It was cool, but I just didn't play it that much. I guess. Did you play it? What? What is the point of this? Is this a hiding spot? I got a black bass scale. It's my safe space. It was on a big sale today. When is that Uplay thing again? The Uplay Forward or whatever? There's a bunch of streamers that are going to be streaming it, but it's sponsored, so they're not going to make fun of Ubisoft like I would if I'm able to stream it at the same time. Man, look at that walk though. He's getting some distance. It's on the 12th. On Sunday? Is it an early thing? We might have to Liddy react if it's outside of our normal Deadly Premonition hours. Why does hair go back to black? Because this is York, not Zach. It's a flashback, so he still remembers this period as when he was York.
Here we are, Zach. The morgue. They stored the victim's body in a cold storage warehouse operated by her family. I'd love to shake the hand of whoever came up with that one.
Hey, Agent York.
Yeah, what'd it do?
Did you just come here to laugh at rural officers who are doing the best they can?
Yes.
We don't have any special facilities like you people. What else did you expect us to do, huh?
Not this.
Don't compare us with city folk. This is Lucare.
I'm sorry.
Maybe you're just disappointed that you didn't get to see the bloated, decomposing corpse of a young girl.
That's true, I am.
Sorry, you're right. I went a bit too far just now. But don't misunderstand. I honestly think it's a fantastic idea. I'd never try and bully your daddy.
Better not.
Thank you for understanding.
11 a.m. PDT. The pre-show. We might have to Liddy react early on Sunday. Maybe we go right into this. Investigation music. Awesome. Crawfish shell. What do we got here? Literally footprints? Oh. Icicle on the ceiling? Cardboard!
Boxes that got left behind.
Feels bad.
I can't tell what's inside. What do you think, Zach? I'm gonna go with okra. Yeah, okra. I'm sure it must be okra. That's a staple of the South. Zach, can you see that? Look closely. That's right. There are 4 imprints in the frost on the top of this. It's hard to believe, but I think these are fingerprints. Yes, Zach, that would lead one to believe that the body napper is a giant who's over 10 feet tall.
Of course.
An icicle. Never thought I'd see one of these down in the South.
Fair enough.
This frost is shaped like something we're very used to seeing. That's right, a body bag. Lisa's body must have been left here, but there are no signs that the bag was dragged away, so our criminal must possess monstrous strength. These pallets are a mess. Looks like this area isn't used often. Still, the idea to store a body here, it's a novel, sophisticated idea unlike anything I'd ever come up with.
More cardboard. Styrofoam boxes. Ugh.
Boxes of the past or presents of the future? Either way, this is a curious time capsule. Forgotten boxes.
Feels bad.
Looks like shelled headless shrimp. When were these boxes brought here? And when will they be taken away? Zach, can you feel it? The perpetual, unstoppable flow of time.
Feels bad.
Look at the thermometer, Zach. It's at 10 degrees Fahrenheit or a minus 12.2 degrees Celsius. This must not be the ambiguous zero. Zach, these are human footprints, and they're extremely large. Yes, Zach, I agree. These footprints must belong to someone who's used to walking around in cold temperatures.
Did a Yeti steal this woman? We're getting our money back, boys, from shooting that or punching the little girl.
Seems like our flying serpent isn't here. Is this everything, Melvin? There aren't any other rooms in this warehouse? No special rooms?
Well, there is the luxury foods warehouse.
Luxury foods? Why didn't you say so earlier?
Just thought you wanted to see where the body... I just thought you were only interested in warehouse number 2. Besides, it's underground, so it's even colder than this.
Even colder, you say?
You sure you really want to go down there? You could darn well freeze to death.
Yes.
All life will come to an end in the icebound zone.
Bum, bum, bum.
You feel me?
No.
Let's head there at once. I'm sure that must be where we're meant to go.
But what about searching for Lisa's body?
All we need to do is find a 10-foot tall man with monstrous strength. That giant knows where she is.
10 foot tall?
Yeah.
But finding the flying serpent is more important right now. Now please, guide me to the luxury foods warehouse at once. These luxury foods are most likely being used in local Cajun cuisine. I'm so excited to see what we'll find. Aren't you, Zach?
I don't think we'll find any Wendigos, but maybe we will. What about the kids with bare legs? Oh, you know dang well. Prostitute. That women have no feelings in their legs, so.
A 10-foot tall giant?
Yes.
All right. Now that one's gotta be a joke. Right, Mr. York?
No. Where is it? I see. It actually tells me. I don't even need to use my vision. It's literally... It shows me where it is when I hit start. I don't know if that was on purpose or not. Maybe it was.
That elevator needs a key, Mr. York.
Then get it.
Do you have one?
Actually, no. I didn't think you'd ever want to go down there, so I didn't bother to go and get one.
Well, then would you go and get one now?
Yeah. COG, I know. I'll tell it to him straight. Thing is, Mr. York, you know the Clarksons? The folks who own this place? Well, they don't too much like the police. And they sure as hell don't like them when they're my color.
Whoa!
It was, real hard for me to get permission to open up this place for you to search through. So they ain't gonna be too happy if I go back to them now, asking for another key.
What should we do then?
Let's just find a worker here who can lower the elevator for us instead. All they need to do is take a break from their work for a couple minutes.
And what am I supposed to do? Just stand here and pretend like nothing's happening?
Yeah, you FBI folks are good at that, right?
That's true.
That's always what I see you doing on TV.
Very true. Easily done. Acquire the elevator key and head to the luxury foods warehouse. Wait, where do I actually need to go from?
The elevator won't move without thinking
Yeah.
you can go and figure something out. I'll search around here.
Blah, blah,
I
blah,
know-
blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. She looks so much creepier on desktop than on mobile. What do you mean us too? Is she supposed to come with me?
Zach, better check back here as well, just to be on the safe side.
Okay. I got it, everybody. Don't worry. Very powerful. Eddie, did you see her getting hit by a car earlier? You did, right? Yes? Okay, good. Man. Oh. What? Hey, oh my god, here we go. I'm getting crushed. Wants to kill children and shoot dogs. Not confirmed, actually. Right, haven't I not already been? Right in here. Give it a push. Nice little puzzle. This is the one we saw earlier. Gotcha. I wonder how important combat's going to have to be. At this point in regular Deadly Premonition, we've already done like 2 combat sections and everything. I feel like it's not.
Zach, the human ability to adapt is a frightening thing. Some humans have the power to sleep anywhere as long as they set their minds to it.
We're just gonna steal it, huh? We got it.
Now we should be able to operate the elevator. No need to worry. This facility no longer has a body to steal. What else do they have to lose? A few cans of crawfish? I feel bad for him, but it's for the sake of the investigation. I'll write him a letter of apology later.
He'll appreciate that. This is how close we are to him right now. Oh my god, he's wide awake! Of course he is. Goddamn Gandalf out here. Boom.
Mr. York, did you find a key?
Yes.
Ha! Now that's my special agent. There ain't no stopping you.
That's true.
Want to head straight down?
Yes.
You bet.
Yes.
Let's sally forth, Melvin.
Let us sally forth, Melvin. Imagine naming your kid Melvin. Omega laughing. So funny. Can't relate.
Zach, look at that thermometer. 0 degrees Fahrenheit. Or minus 17.7 degrees Celsius.
Is this the ambiguous 0?
This is the ambiguous 0.
It's the ambiguous 0. Your name is Melvin? Omega Lowell.
Hey, Avery! Can you hear me?
What?
Open the damn door, Avery!
What is he doing? Is he a zombie?
It ain't no use, Mr. York. Once Avery starts working on something, that's all he sees.
Oh, he's got his AirPods in, I see.
He just tunes out everything else. We'll have to wait until he finishes and comes out to us, I reckon.
Absolute Melvin.
Or we could come back tomorrow.
I disagree, Melvin. Time may be on our side, but that doesn't mean we should waste it. You gave me Mr. Alligator precisely for moments like these, didn't you?
Mr. Alligator!
Wait, Mr. York! Those tranquilizers may be non-lethal, but it's still dangerous to use them on humans.
Do you mean the rubber bullets or the tranquilizers that I don't have?
Of course, Melvin. I never said I was going to shoot him.
But I am. We're going to shoot...
You're gonna shoot some meat to get his attention.
We're gonna shoot some meat.
I'm right, ain't I?
We're gonna... Shoot down the meat. I'll shoot the meat. Freeze! Oh my god. The game lagged for like 5 seconds. Hey. Hello? Me? Hello? Perhaps I should have just shot him. Hello, Jack.
This is Mr. York, an agent from the FBI.
This man is very tall.
Hi, Avery. I'm Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Please, call me York.
York? You a smarty pants?
Oh my God. Avery Smith. Or Smilth.
He's shyer than he looks. Come on, just settle down, Avery. Tell him what this here place is for.
Lots of expensive food here. Yup. Mighty precious to the Clarksons, so I gotta guard it.
I see. So you're this area's keeper.
He does have pods in.
I help with the research, too. I do like research.
Research?
My
What are you talking about,
alligator
Avery?
head just
This
rolling
doesn't
around back
look
there.
like a lab to me.
Oh, ain't no lab. It's a warehouse. Ain't no lab. Smarty pant scientist does the research. I ain't no smarty pants, no.
He's a bit slow in the mind, but he ain't a bad guy.
Or is he?
Your story about the giant who carried Lisa out. Don't tell me you think it's him. I mean, it's true that he's free to come and go as he pleases in this warehouse, but...
Is his eye drifting?
No, as
Did you
far
see
as
that?
I can tell, he's just a bit over 6'5". The one who moved Lisa's body must be at least 10 feet tall. He's clearly too short.
Too short, huh? Well, if you ever happen to find a man who makes him look small, I'd sure like to meet him.
What's up with this music?
Lise.
Hey, cut it out!
Lise. Why?
Avery, that's not Lise.
Not Lise?
Lock him up.
This is Melvin's daughter, and my precious assistant. Unfortunately, Elise is no longer with us.
Lise. Lise. My fault. My fault.
I guess he's sort of like Lise, you know?
Please step away from the microphone, sir.
The poor fella's got himself a childlike mind. You know how normal kids tease other kids in order to get attention? Well, with this big lug, sometimes folks who don't know him too well see something and end up calling the police. But I know that deep down, he's got a good heart. Hey, Mr. York, I'll keep him busy, but I'd appreciate it if you'd hurry this particular inspection along. Just holler at me if you find anything. I reckon that'll make it easier for you to go do your thing, yeah?
Melvin, I think you're finally starting to catch on.
Okay. Poor fella. Don't eat his heart, trap card. That's mean. We're gonna find a flying serpent in here now. Sorry. Oh man, I wasted one. I keep pushing all the wrong buttons. The buttons are different.
Hung alligators. I suppose in a way they sort of look like flying serpents. Yeah, but that's pushing it. Remember, we're in a dark basement here. They'll never reach the sky.
Man, the game runs so much better in here than it does outside.
Avery, this box looks special.
Clarkson food. For their home.
Melvin, is this the Clarksons' family crest?
The dragonfly?
Oh, the dragonfly? Yeah, that's the Clarksons' mark, all right. Ain't no big deal, though. You can find those all over town.
Is that so?
Are they collectibles?
Well, yeah. They pretty much run all of this town's major industries. Yeah. I do believe they own just about everything there is to own. So their word is law. They got the whole darn town tattooed with their dragonflies. Can't even walk a few steps without seeing one.
Zach, this dragonfly is our flying serpent. The flying serpent owns this town. They're related to Lise Clarkson, our victim, and Hungan's oracle pointed us toward their family crest. The Clarksons must be deeply intertwined with this case.
Well, since one of them is
Melvin,
dead...
Patricia?
Yes.
I think I've had enough of this frozen world.
I should have probably not clicked on that one so soon.
Let's head back out to that merciless sun. Well, what are you waiting for? I can't bear to spend another second down here.
I think, man, if I worked in a place where it was like 100 degrees every day and super sticky and sweaty, I would kill to have a job where I was in a freezer for most of the day. You kidding me? That sounds great. But then you got to change out of clothes. Imagine going outside in all like that winter gear at this kind of weather. Ugh. Have any of you guys ever had to be in a massive coat for some reason and it was super hot outside? You know? I would have done that on days where it's been really, really, really cold in the morning, like 30 degrees, and I put on my parka, and then I come back out later, and it's in the high 60s. I'm like, what happened? Why am I melting now? Demi knows about dairy. I've been in a freezer or two in my day, you know.
Whew. So, what do we do now, Mr. York?
Good question.
Zach and I will take things from here.
Then what should I do?
Tend to your sick wife? I don't know. You're free to do as you please. I'll stop by the sheriff's office when I need your help again.
What are these load times? Oh, Jack. You sweet innocent boy, you haven't seen anything yet.
I suppose that's what I'll do then. It'll sure make Candy happy. But I am the sheriff of this town, so I do intend to get some work done. I know. How about I search for Lisa's body while you're busy?
Not a bad idea.
You know, the thing you should have been doing forever?
Just be careful that you don't get attacked by a barefooted giant.
If you spit on the ground and it freezes?
Hey, don't scare me like that.
What's up, Lamb? Good to see you.
Why do you keep talking about that giant anyway? You really think some giant was responsible for all this?
Melvin, don't be silly. Of course I do. Just when I thought you were starting to catch on. Disappointing, to say the least.
So disappointed in you, Melvin.
But how can you be so sure? I want to see some proof.
Proof number one. The footprints that led up to where Lisa's body originally was were made with bare feet. None of the prints looked similar to those of common insulated boots, and the arches of the feet were visible. The person who carried out Lisa's body must have had very large feet. I'd say they were at least 16 inches.
Nice.
Proof number two. I found fingerprints on the cord of one of the hanging lights in the warehouse. The fingerprints weren't aimed up from below. They were coming directly from the side. Clearly, the giant moved the light because it was in his way. He pinched the cord with his fingers. Proof number three. There was nothing else found in the vicinity where Lisa's body was stored. This means the giant carried her out without dragging her across the floor. But there's only one set of footprints. The only conclusion I can draw from this evidence is that a barefooted giant, standing over 10 feet tall, carried Lisa's body out.
It's the only answer.
That concludes the entirety of my proof.
But there ain't no way a human could ever be that tall.
Have you seen every human alive with your own eyes?
No.
Well then, you need to forget all your preconceived notions when embarking on an investigation. Whether you come face to face with a 10-foot giant or a skeletal gentleman, you always need to accept everything that comes to you with a clear mind.
You heard it here first, chat.
And eventually, the truth will reveal itself to you.
Believe everything you see in here.
You're a smart kid. I'm sure you understand.
Well, I'll be damned. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. Mr. FBI Special Agent, sir. A sharp eye and flawless observational skills. Uncovering the truth with a heady intuition. I won't ever question you again. Heck, I'll do whatever you say.
Nice. It's that easy to start a cult.
That's it, Melvin. I'm glad you finally caught on. Okay, time to go, Patty. You know this town well, so I'd like you to accompany me from now on.
Patty?
Patty? Nice. This is where the game really begins, Jack, when you're outside.
Zach, we found the flying serpent. Now we simply need to locate the 10 maidens. It's time to head on to Alexis's Diner and Lane.
Wrong, I've already been there. Oh, yeah. Only Nintendo Switch power here, baby. Oh. Yes. Yes. Go driving? Oh, there's no car in this game, sir. This is how you get around.
Did you notice it yet? The streets in New Orleans were a mess. All busted up and undergoing maintenance. The city was built on a swamp, so the ground is soft. All it takes is some heavy rain to cave it all in. There were also a lot of places where large tree roots were pushing up parts of the asphalt and the sidewalk. Those bumps were dangerous even when we still had our car. But this town is different. The streets are all paved so cleanly that we can skate along them without a care in the world. And there's hardly any trash.
He's so powerful.
The Clarksons truly do control this place, for better or worse. It's a good example of how allowing certain people to rise to power can have positive effects as well. Also, don't you find that Southern people are remarkably friendly, even to total strangers? Both here and in New Orleans, I've been amazed at how cordial everyone is. Is it just the way things are? You certainly
My
don't see
frame.
that sort of thing in New York or DC. They never stop to chit-chat.
Give them
Especially
back.
when ordering food.
They were
only
ours.
say what's necessary, without any decoration. A customer only makes eye contact with the waiter about once every 3 times they interact. But that's just how it is.
Oh.
Isn't that right, Zach? The human relationships
that.
here are as fluid as an inorganic mechanism running on the smoothest, purest oil there is.
There's nothing
and it feels
smooth.
strangely comfortable. After spending time in New Orleans and coming here, I think I'm starting to like the southern disposition. They even have their own breed of bizarre crimes. And besides, the New Orleans area is famous for its paranormal culture. I'm sure it'll entertain us somehow. It's still a bit of a ways off, but perhaps we can also do a little case study for our post-retirement plan. What, you still think it's too early for that? I wouldn't say so. It's never too early to be prepared. Come on, I know you're with me on this one, Zach.
Oh. I just needed that. I needed that conversation to stop because we've heard it like 5 times now. And we've never been able to finish it. Excuse me, ma'am.
This town sure is peaceful, Zach. Yes, I know. I know what you're about to say. But that's why we're here. To protect this peace. Isn't that right, Zach?
Tony Hawk Pro Skater? Wrong. I'll be over here playing Deadly Premonition 2. Have fun with your toys. He's humming it. What the fuck was that noise?
1 lollipop. 2 lollipops.
Shut up.
3 lollipops.
Be quiet.
Don't mind me, Zach. This is how I wake myself up.
I know. How many cigarettes do I have? Because we're gonna go smoke. I need more. Hello. I need to buy some cigarettes. You don't sell cigarettes in a vending machine? What is this, not Japan? God damn it. I need some marijuana cigarettes. Oh, God. Holy guacamole. Oh.
1 lollipop.
Stop.
2 lollipops.
Why is he saying it again?
3 lollipops. Don't mind me, Zach. This is how I wake myself up.
Smoking is very cool. Let's go dig through the trash. Drums. Start a fire inside a drum to keep animals and red shadows away. I feel like I've been spoiled. I don't know what a red shadow is. I guess there are zombies in this. Nice. Lizard skin. Excellent. I feel like I got some more cigarettes in here. Yes, I do. Actually, we want those ones. Nice. We should be good. We're gonna smoke a lot. We're also gonna become very smelly, so in the hopes that this young girl stops following us. Sorry. Have any monsters appeared yet? No, not yet.
This town sure is peaceful, Zach. Yes, I know what you're about to say. But that's why we're here. To protect this peace. Isn't that right, Zach?
How does my skateboard even take damage? Look at that pop into that lady back there. How far can we reach? Are we gonna hit that one? Nope. Can I? Oh, I can't shoot while I'm on my skateboard. I tried. What am I doing? I'm shooting rubber bullets at vehicles.
This town sure is peaceful, Zach.
Why do you keep saying that?
I know what you're about to say. But that's why we're here. To protect.
Please, stop. Vehicles? What do you mean vehicles in quotation marks?
Zach, you're a coffee person, right?
No more speaking. We gotta wait. We gotta wait till 22:30. Okay, where's my... I won't shoot her? Say I won't, chat. Say I won't. It's giving me flashbacks to Crisis. Oh, yeah? Nothing like just literally smoking all day. You know what I mean? Oh, gee, we got a long time to wait. All right. Let me smoke a little more here. Hold on. What's my button? It's not as cool as the original smoking animation. How slowly is slowly? Okay, that's not very good. Oh my fucking god. Smoke. Please smoke. Smoke them if you got 'em. Whoa. It's getting darker. I get a hotel fee? Oh no. I'm definitely gonna run out of money for that. Oh jeez. Polly didn't charge us anything. What happens if we go into debt? I don't know, but I feel like we are going to find out. Oh nice, it's the Outer Wilds now. All right, really close. Night has fallen, so Patricia went home. You mean she doesn't want to be out all night? Oh my God, dude, look at that over there. All right, I gotta wait a little longer. We did nothing but smoke all day. And guess what? I'm smoking some more. Just a little bit. Just one more won't hurt us. Can't stop, won't stop. Just one more little smoke. All right, she should be home now. All right, well, that car is too old to have an alarm, apparently. Let's go check out this Raptor. Why is it so quiet? Sorry. Are they twins? Are they both Davids? Please. Wrong button. I keep hitting that button to get off my bike because I keep seeing hit Y. I'm not used to the Switch controller still. Okay, let's place it. There it is.
Yes. Perfect.
Yep. That's the one.
Oh, my dear lost lamb. What are you doing there?
Tyrone?
Oh, this? This is all part of the Lise Clarkson murder investigation.
Something important, hmm?
Hi.
Oh, yes. Very important.
Lost lamb.
I'm FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Please call me York. That's what everyone calls me. But what should I call you?
Get lasagna in 19 hours.
I am Tyrone Sanders.
That sounds
pastor
good.
of the Lucare Evangelical Church.
Tyrone Sanders. Cousin to Colonel.
And what business does a pastor like yourself have in a place like this?
Nice.
Well, I live over across the way there.
Do you have an intimate relationship with Mrs. Carpenter?
You banging?
Why in the world would you suggest such a pitiful thing?
I would never shack up with a woman.
Lordy. How could I ever become intimate with one who is so devoid of faith?
Why are you here?
After she lost her husband, she stopped coming to church. All she does all day is bowl. She even pruned the shrubbery in that pitiful fashion.
I didn't even notice that.
Yes, truly pitiful. And did you see that hideous ox of a dog she owns?
Oh.
Pitiful with a capital P. I tried speaking with her, but she shows no intention of changing her ways. Yes, I fear she never lends an ear when the good Lord reaches out to her.
Praise be.
Indeed, I pity her from the bottom of my heart.
Hallelujah.
So you've been spying on her out of pity?
Spying? I'm merely awaiting the chance to lend her a helping hand. You'd best be careful, too. This town harbors much more danger than you're aware of. If you ever find yourself in need of salvation, feel free to stop by our church whenever you like. Our church also functions as a clinic. Someday...
He's getting quieter as he walks away.
Zach, did you hear that? Pitiful. Try saying that to someone in the city. They'd instantly slap you with slander or defamation charges. You'd be up to your neck in court papers. I doubt I'll tire of this town anytime soon. We should consider stopping by that church whenever we get a chance.
You guys want some salvation? What's up, Tiki Gal? I got a bowl. Okay. We did it. Can I go bowl now? I can go back to the diner, but there's no way they're open now. Is it as amazing as you want to believe? It's pretty good so far. I like it. In this game, time is a flat circle. It always continues to pass. Passing the time may affect What do you mean it's a flat circle? Time is just time. If you can't wait for a facility to open up, try sleeping in a bed at a hotel, camping outside, or smoking to pass time. Camping? I know all about smoking. Don't worry. Trust me, I know all about smoking. We see if she's home.
Looks like a case of bad. Let's come.
Blah, blah, blah. Excellent. I mean, I guess we can roll by old diner. It's real close anyway. It's good. Do they expect players to not know what time it is? Well, they're Japanese, so...
Hey, Zach.
Yes.
No, nothing. Just felt like saying that.
Dude, he says like 3 things on the skateboard. It's a little weird. It's alright. Dude. I want the actual whistle song, goddammit. Why is there no music right now? The trees are popping in! There's something on the ground, hold on. Well, right now, this is I got a low quality beat. It's a flashback lamb. This takes place 5 years before the first game does. So this takes place in 2005. The game started out in present day 2018, where we actually played as another special agent that came and interviewed us, who at the time was now retired. We were looking pretty worse for wear because we have a stage 4 malignant tumor in real life. Well, in real life, in present day. And we're very crazy, even more so than we were back then. And they came to us because this case right here, which we solved, it revolved around the first murder victim's body apparently never turned up until present day 2018. It finally turns up, and they came to see what we knew about it. And so now we're pretty much kind of reliving the past in this prequel. Oh my god, and my frames, bro. How is it even worse at night?
Looks like a case of bad...
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's fine. We'll go sleep in our hotel now. One moment, please. Yes, do not adjust your TV screens. This is what it looks like.
Did you notice it yet? The streets in New Orleans.
No more speaking. Got a blast. Hold my fuck. Get me in. Quickly. The outside is a terrible place. Devoid of frames. Just a quick loading screen real quick. How are you guys doing? More importantly, how's your Friday night? This is the Casa de Pineapple, or the Pineapple Casa, whatever it's called. Oh my god. Please. See, it runs much better inside. Not the best, but better.
Mr. Morgan, sir, how may I be of service?
So this guy here, David Jawara, he does like 3 different roles in this hotel, and he has a different character for each one. And I don't know why. How are you enjoying your stay at our establishment, sir? Quite well. It's refined and elegant. Thank you very much, sir. Incidentally, Mr. Morgan, have you sampled the shower? We boast a very invigorating water pressure here at our hotel, which allows all our customers to fully enjoy the fresh, abundant water that fills our blessed region. That sounds incredible. Some states suffering from water shortages place special values on domestic pipes, you know, so that too much water doesn't spill out. This leads some people to illegally remove those valves in order to enjoy the high water pressure they can't help but crave. With that in mind, promising a high level of water pressure can be quite a boon for a hotel. Indeed, sir. I sincerely hope you get a chance to thoroughly enjoy it during your stay. Hello, soda boy. How you doing? The devs are trying to make a personal message. I would have assumed that maybe they toured the U.S. as well, and they must have hated the water pressure they got in some of the hotels they stayed in. I'm all out of save slots. They're not wrong. They're not wrong. What is he doing?
Whether it's a restaurant or a hotel, the key to charming your customers is how you present your bathroom. I'm sure you feel the same way, don't you, Zach? Now this is the kind of bathroom a person can really get excited about.
All right, chat. What does the best kind of bathroom smell like?
It might even trump the one we saw in that drug dealer's house in Austin. Remember? The art piece on display in there utilized the natural curves of human ribs in such a novel way. It was truly brilliant.
Oh, what do you think about a nearly full wall stall? That is, I want to see behind it. Oh, wait. What do we got? Well, that's weird. It's a bunch of stuff. That's what I was thinking. I mean, did they like... Maybe this is where they like just dumped a bunch of things so they could copy and paste it because they didn't know how else to do it. I don't know. All right. Because, I mean, that is stuff that we see out here. It looks like a lot of jars and stuff. Can we talk to our skeleton friend again? No. We talked to a skeleton man in this painting before. FYI. Alright, let's go to bed. Yeah, I've got some kind of voodoo demonic altar in my bedroom. Don't worry about it, though. Somehow our attire is still good as new. Wow. That's a lot more stuff on the link board. Talk to Papa Shango? Who's... This guy? He won't let me talk to him. 60. The Bone Man. The Skeleman. Yeah, no, I wish. I want to not shower and I want to not shave. I'm getting a little stubble going on there. What is baby duck lips? All right. Let's take a
king size.
Take a sleep.
Made in France. It looks soft enough to alleviate all our exhaustion. Zach, even though the Bureau is paying for this, it's still tiring to have to live out of hotel rooms day after day. Nothing beats getting a good night's sleep in your own room.
I don't even know when the place opens. Let's get a nice... I can have a nice 24-hour rest if I want. It is a very small bed. 9 o'clock should do. Nice 10-hour sleep. That's a triggering sound. Ah. Oh no, I'm hungry. As time passes, you'll get hungrier, which can eventually start to decrease your max life. When your stomach's empty, your life will deplete. Well, there's a restaurant upstairs, so we should be good. And we're going to our restaurant anyway if we can't get something for free here at the hotel. We're also very low on stamina, which kind of sucks. the diner up yonder, where we don't really eat anything, but we pretend to.
My restaurant serves only the highest quality Creole cuisine. The real deal, which ain't too easy to find in a backwoods town like this.
Which of his accents do you think is his real one, chat? Do you think it's this one? Do you think it's his fancy front desk man? Or the bellboy? What's up, Yeller? So far, so good. I like it. Stanima. 18 months, lad. Dang, that's a long time. Old enough to smoke cigarettes. Amazing. Thank you. Have I played the original? Yes, I have. I have played the original. Very good, the original. And this one, I'm liking it so far.
Did I hear wrong then? Set me straight, would you, Chef? I thought that Cajun food was the norm in Acadiana. Why would you go out of your way to serve Creole food here?
When I was a youngin', I trained myself at a famous restaurant in New Orleans.
A famous restaurant? That's incredible. Was it Arnaud's? Antoine's? No, don't tell me, I got it. Brennan's, right?
It was McDonald's, wasn't it?
None of those, actually. But that place taught me how to really cook. Go on and try something, you'll see.
Very intriguing.
He didn't even tell me. It was definitely McDonald's. Yeah, I played the original. I've streamed it twice, Yeller. Once last year and then once just a couple weeks ago. Let's get something nice and filling. Yeah, we need. Oh yeah, it says it at the top there. This'll do right here, baby. The seafood platter. Oh my God, that looks good. Bananas and ice cream smatter with brown sugar. It's lasagna night, chat. I'm getting a lasagna tonight. You can't see. Oh, God damn it, I'm hungry. Even this game can make. I don't know what it is about Japanese games. They can make food look and sound so good. But I am gonna get the seafood platter, baby. Give me a coffee, would you? Oh. He's so happy.
That food was unbelievable. I see you weren't lying about undergoing training at that famous restaurant.
Your ass is gonna grow an inch wider? Back that ass up. Why? Do you make food because of this game? Because of my stream? All these. I feel like I'm gonna get a little bit wider.
Now you just trying to embarrass me, miss.
So good. I'm hungry.
I still appreciate it, though.
And you must have undergone some rigorous training in order to gain such refined technique. You put so much care into preparing everything just right. And your manipulation of that low-temp flame in order to bring out such a pleasant fragrance, simply perfect. This is true Creole food. You have to tell me now, which famous restaurant did you train yourself at? Come on, Chef, we need to know. Zach and I are begging you.
You drive a hard bargain, mister. All right, I reckon I can give you a hint.
Really?
Oh, just a hint now.
Fine, we'll take it. Just say it.
It's the restaurant that serves the most famous fried chicken in all of Louisiana.
Oh, no.
Crispy, crunchy. You know what I'm talking about? Bonafide fried chicken.
Oh, no.
No, you can't mean...
Oh, yeah.
I'll bet they worked you pretty hard.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm, you betcha.
Oh, no.
So that's how you acquire the mental fortitude necessary to cook such amazing food.
Oh, my time there taught me just how tough city life really is.
Amazing. Zach, did you hear all that?
Oh, no.
That's an incredible story, David. You really are a true chef. Both Zach and I have given you our official approval.
He's talking about Popeye's, chat. It was Popeye's. He didn't like it? Nah, he didn't like it. I won't lie though, Popeye sounds really good right about now too. Oh my God, look at that pie. Look at all them textures. Oh. Oh my God, the gumbo. Oh. I'm so hungry. That JPEG though, Lord, that sounds good. Chat right now, describe exactly what you want to eat in vivid detail. Tell me what sounds so good to you. Me right now, I gotta be honest. A warm, slightly crispy on the outside, gooey, 5-cheese lasagna, baby. Oh, with some garlic bread on tippity top. Oh my God. Mr. FBI Special Agent, sir. That's what they call him. Dude, he looks so fat when he's look at his body. I'm gonna get you. A bison burger. Oh, you had a bison burger, baby. Slightly crispy on the outside box, smothered in mushroom sauce. That's not a poll. I did 10,000 minus 10K. Pepalaf. Bison burgers are good. Very good. It's all right. Oh no, I pushed the button. Oh. Let me get a chocolate chip cookie real quick. Thank you, sir. Let's just go ahead and chow down real quick on that. Boo, 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 boo. Delicious. Full health, full stamina. Oh, here's the bellboy, which is just David. Who the hell is he talking to? Who is this woman?
Hey, boss. How can I be of service?
If you're tired, boss, I recommend taking a good old shower. This is the South, remember? Don't get all filthy and let the flies take over. Oh, dude, we're totally letting the flies take over. Not even close. Oh, my God, I'm hungry. It's your all's fault too. Hey, you boss. Bacon pancakes. I'll tell you what. You have bacon pancakes. Give me some blueberry pancakes. Sloppy little blueberries packed into the butter. Just a hint of syrup. Local West Virginia syrup. Coffee flavored milkshake for me. For breakfast. It's all breakfast. No, that doesn't sound too good to me, friend. But you know what does sound good? A lumberjack breakfast at Denny's. You know what that comprises of, chat? Couple of eggs over medium. Couple of pieces of toast. Couple of buttermilk pancakes. Some hash browns. Maybe some sausages. Some bacon. Turkey bacon if you prefer. Oh. Is she going to follow me? Oh my God, my frames! I got to talk to her. Hello. Okay, come with me. Oh, it is painful. It's not good.
Hey Zach.
Yeah, what's up?
Just felt like saying
Is the whistle song in this? No. Although this song has some whistling in it, but it's not the same. He hums it every now and then.
This is the deep south. I feel it every time that molten hot sun pours down on me. Don't you, Zach? Hey, Zach. No, nothing. Just felt like saying that.
That's a whoa! Ooh, that's a lot of gifted subs. Pardon me? That's a gifted sub.
Person, right? No sugar, only milk. Yes, I'm completely with you on that one.
That's a gifted sub. 10 gifted subs.
Hey, Zach, it looks like we were right on
That's
the
a
money.
gifted
Tracing
sub.
the San Rouge
I
distribution.
should cover 5 to 7
led us
lumberjack
right
slams.
to
I think you're
Louisiana.
about right.
You know
God
what that
damn,
means.
friendly.
We've got a hot hand, and Lady Luck's given us far more favor than she ever has before. We just
That's a
happened
lot
to
of
hear
gifted
news
subs.
about Lisa's murder while sitting in a bar during our vacation in New Orleans. That certainly wouldn't have happened if we had stayed in D.C. They would have given the case to another special agent, or maybe even to the state, and then we never would have found it. In the end, it would have been shut up in that vast, desolate evidence vault along with all the other cases.
Three more.
Marked by nothing but a first-degree murder tag, buried in a soggy grave at the bottom of a sea of data. That would have been its fate. Instead, it traveled from person to person until it finally fell right into our lap. Things always work out that way for us. We've traveled all over the United States trying to track down San Rouge. We can't let this chance pass us by, can we, Zach? We need to find some sort of clue before this southern sun melts it all away.
I wonder if San Rouge is just the red seeds, but drugified. Frenolith out of nowhere. Your first gifted subs at the channel, and you made a big splash with 10.
Zach, you're a
Samoctroid,
coffee
Peaks,
person, right?
Sign of
No
Spirits,
sugar, only milk.
Xtobin, Ant Jord, Leisha, Congo Jack, Zev67, J Bird's Word, and Asterisk this. Thank you so much. It's a lot of gifted subs. I'll fire off a salvo for you. Nice. Thank you so much, Frenolith. Very cool. It only makes sense for us to enjoy your subs, ladies and gentlemen. And if any of you guys got some that are lurking here, I appreciate your lurkage. I hope you're enjoying the show, because I know I am.
It worked like a charm, Patty.
Nice.
Mrs. Carpenter is nowhere to be seen.
We got rid of the old woman.
Now's our chance to topple the 10 maidens, Zach.
Oh my God, we're gonna bowl. Hello, Alexis.
Oh my lord, y'all are back? Listen up, y'all ain't gonna believe this.
What's wrong?
Mrs. Carpenter hasn't come in.
How about that?
For the first time in 10 years. What could it be? I just hoping nothing bad happened to her.
I'm sure she's fine.
She's fine. You have my guarantee.
Oh my lord. I reckon if an FBI agent like you is convinced, then I should be too.
I broke her legs.
What did I tell you, Patty? Value is a relative thing. We needed to find that figurine, no matter the cost.
She tripped over the alligator. It's time. It's time. Francis York Morgan, bowling champion. It's time.
You really wanted to bowl that bad?
Yes.
They don't have bowling alleys in the city no more?
No.
Wrong, Patty.
Wrong. Wrong.
I have absolutely no interest in bowling. Tossing a heavy ball at lined up pins? Where's the fun in that? You can't even call this a sport. It's a game for cavemen. Nonsense.
Then can I throw the ball instead?
I want to throw it.
Absolutely not, Patty. This is part of the investigation.
No whamming allowed.
I need to do this myself, no matter how stupid it may be.
Does she have a braid on her head? Or is that just some really weird texturing? You see that?
You're the one who's stupid.
It is a braid. I didn't notice.
Sure looks like you're having fun to me.
Oh my God. Is this Super Mario? Here we go. Select a ball. Oh, you know we gotta go heavy. Come on, chat. You know we go heavy. We don't go light. We go 16 pounds. action, change the ball weight. The ball weight's 16 pounds. Best ball. Okay. Change. We got our oh. A little bit of this action, chat. What do you think of that right there? Boom, right there. That's the spot. That's the spot right there. Ah! Oh. Oh, God. That's harder than it looks. No! You think I'm too far left? That wasn't the problem at all. I'm telling you right now, I know how to do it. We are gonna do a little less of the curvature, though. Ooh! That might be the ticket. Yes! Awesome! What's up, bitch?
Oh, looks like I finally earned myself a rival.
That was just a stroke of luck, Mrs. Carpenter. Despite how I may seem, I've never been any good at any of the ball-based sports that exist here on our planet.
What's wrong with balls?
Oh, no. You can't fool me. I can tell the FBI's giving you very special training. If I gave you a few lessons on top of that,
On our planet,
I'm sure you'd be able to go semi-pro.
Semi-pro?
That's right. That's what I said.
What about all the pro?
Not pro, but semi-pro.
Yes, semi-pro. You'd never be able to go pro. You don't have what it takes.
I'm gonna throw you down here on this lane in a moment.
You could become a semi-pro if you tried really hard, though. Well, I guarantee it. Come back and see me when you feel like giving it a try. I'm sure my husband would forgive me if I let someone like you borrow my lane.
Why is she whispering?
Well, we gotta give youngsters a chance to grow. That's what we always say.
Do you think that York is an alien, Debs? That would make a lot of sense.
I could actually go semi-pro?
I'd take her words with a grain of salt if I were you.
Patricia, I can understand why you'd be envious of my talents, but you don't need to worry. You have your own unique talents, just like any other person. You shouldn't have to feel inferior every time you look at me.
You're unbelievable. You sure you don't need to get your head checked out?
It's so strange, Zach. I feel like I'm discovering a new side to myself.
By the way, Mr. Special Agent.
Yes.
You said you're investigating the Lise Clarkson incident, yes?
Yeah.
In that case, there's something you should know.
Okay, whisper it.
That poor girl, Lise, she was a druggie. And she was into the really bad stuff.
You don't mean
red powder.
Oh, no wonder the FBI picked you. You already figured out that much.
York loves roasting children and women, and if it's a little girl, oh, you better believe he's gonna dunk on that bitch.
Well, the reason Lise turned into such a little hoodlum is because of her mother, Galena.
Galena?
Mm-hmm. A mother only in name. Oh, as far as I'm concerned, she's still nothing more than a child herself. Oh, dressing up in fancy clothes, always out on the town somewhere. Children giving birth to children. If these aren't the end times, well, I don't know what is.
How old do you think this woman thinks one should be to give birth? I mean, isn't it kind of like an old person thing to have children at 17? Isn't that a boomer thing? To have children like at 18 and 20? 16 maybe?
Oh, and they were always cooped up in that jazz bar. Galena wouldn't know proper parenting if it hit her in the tush.
Zach, the jazz bar. We first heard about it from Patricia. It must be deeply connected with this case.
We get to go to a jazz bar?
And the red powder. It must be San Rouge. Following the Oracle and felling the 10 maidens sure paid off, didn't it?
Yeah, we killed those 10 girls earlier, and man, oh man, now we're in for it.
So, Mr. Special Agent, are you all finished here?
Yes, Mrs. Carpenter. Thanks to you, I've gotten a new lead.
Oh, then how about you mosey on and let me get back to my bowling?
No.
I need to bowl my first game of the day or else I'm gonna get rusty. Well, what are you waiting for? Get a move on! Shoo!
Shut up! I don't even know. What did the alligator, why did it just hang her up? What did it do to her? Why did the alligator stop her? You did get a gifted sub, Congo Jack. What'd it do? We left an alligator outside of her house. And she didn't come in for a while. And that was it. It's not even here!
Hi there, handsome. How's your day coming along?
What's up, Spurp? I want a bowl.
Hello, ma'am. Would you mind if I used this lane for a bit?
Oh, Mr. Special Agent, I suppose it'd be worth it for someone like you.
I want a
After
bowl.
all, you might have what it takes to go semi-pro someday.
Friend of with the big 10 gift bomb earlier gave gift sub to a lot of folk, including you, Congo Jack.
Yes, that's right. I have the potential to become a semi-pro bowler. Therefore, I'd like to test my mettle on this lane. The bowling bug has bitten me, and it refuses to let go.
Well then, let's see what you got.
Very nice. $5 for a game. Let's go. All right, chat. Let's do it. Rock and roll. Ooh, 10 frames. We could choose the bowling ball we'd prefer to use. Let's get some strikes. 16 pounds, let's go. Right over yonder. A little bit right there. Come on, pull it back. Oh, shit. How about, watch this, right here, right there. That's the ticket right there. That's the ticket, chat. You'll see. All right, that's not very good. Ah. Shit. What happens when I use small balls? They're not powerful. I'll use a small ball and show you. It just won't do the trick. Single player minigames. What other single player minigames have you watched me play? Oh, shit. Oh, come on, dude. It is, let me tell you right now. My balls! All right, we're good. Oh shit, I wanted the heavy ball. That's okay. Oh my god, it does not stop where you click it. Oh, no! My spare! Man, we got the strike so early on last time. There we go. All right, we're fine. We're going straight down the middle, baby, this time, right now. Right here, right now. A little bit like that, because I know I'm going to pull to the left a bit on accident. Jesus Christ. Yeah, my frames. Woo! Easily done. DP Bowling, Tekken Bowl, or Yakuza Bowl? I never played Tekken Bowl. And I actually never played bowling in Yakuza either, so. Default answer, Deadly Premonition. This tower, you not even have bowling? Oh, dude, I'm getting too good now. Perfect, too. Shit! Okay. Nice light ball. Dude, it's not, oh no. Oh no. Come on! Ah, fuck! The Demi condo. Put the guards up? No. Dude. Easily done. Woo! Nintendo Switch exclusive. Woo! Get it, boy! Woo! What's a turkey? 3 in a row? I'm going for that turkey, boys. Jesus Christ. It's random. It's like Jump King. God damn it. I'm getting out the no, I'm sticking with the ball I got right now, baby. You kidding me? I believe. That's fine. That's good. That's what I wanted. Easily done. Give me that spur. Boom. Right down the middle, baby. It's fair. I want to bowl a perfect game. I bet I get something really good if I do that. Dude, I pressed A when it was all the way on the right. I'm not kidding. I pushed A there on that second meter when the lever was all the way on the right side. Oh my God. This is ridiculous. Damn it. That wasn't very good. No turkey. No turkey sandwich, no turkey a la king. Feels bad. What's a good score at bowling? Whatever mine is, baby. Baby girl. Tiny little light ball. That's easy. Easy money. Maybe it's when I let go instead of... Maybe it's when I let go of the A instead of when I press it. All right, let's test your theory then. It's not. The W for prostitute. My 8-10 split, bro. Prostitute winner. What do you mean you heard that? Don't be lying. You're a lion. It's not how it works. Oh, God. That's fine. Maybe. Maybe. Okay. I'm good at bowling in real life, chat. Do you believe me? 158. I thought I've totally gotten that score in real life. I got a cola. I need an oak leaf for something. For like one of the upgrades. I don't know if this is the only place to get it. That'd be weird, but God damn.
By the way, Mrs. Carpenter, remember the first time I bowled for you and showed you that I had what it takes to go semi-pro? Was there any special reason why the lane was open that day?
Here we go.
The truth is, something very peculiar happened that day. And as a result, I wasn't able to leave my house for quite some time.
Meaning?
I told you my husband passed away 10 years ago, didn't I? Well, I received a sort of message from him.
Tell me about it.
Crime, punishment, and love, all three were intertwined.
A little bit of water, you got it.
Intriguing. I'd love to hear more.
When he was in good health, He only ever bought me a single present. Only once during our entire marriage.
Could it be?
And oh, what a terrible present it was. That alligator figurine looked so atrocious, and it was wearing this hideous top hat.
Her mouth is a hot mess. Stop looking at her mouth. Why do you look at people's mouths when they speak? I bet if I looked at your mouth right now, you would also have a million teeth.
Alligator figurine?
Oh, honestly, I just hated it. But that was the only present he ever gave me. So I put up with it and kept it in the house. Then, when he went up to heaven, I figured I finally had a safe chance to get rid of it. So I buried it along with his coffin.
You threw it away?
Yes, but I regret it now. The more I thought about it, the more I realized I'd just gotten rid of the one and only thing he'd ever given to me.
Imagine getting one gift from your spouse, and it's something that you hate.
I couldn't believe I'd gone and done something so stupid. Then, suddenly, something unbelievable happened. One day, I woke up, went outside as usual, and there it was. The figurine was right there in my yard.
What about gifted subs, prostitute? What about those?
And it was glaring straight at me, as if it had a bone to pick with me.
We bought that from someone who does a lot of voodoo chanting. Do you think he's a grave robber, Chad?
I was so shocked. I thought my heart was going to leap right out of my chest. Right there, I decided I had to tell my husband the truth. So I went up to his photograph and did my best to tell him the whole story. Then I heard it. Honeybee, that figurine is a gift from heaven.
Who said that?
He did. My husband started talking to me through his photograph.
Is that right?
Well, instantly, I felt peace wash over my heart, and I decided to bring the figurine back inside my house. Then he spoke to me again. Let the youngster use the lane, he said. Suddenly, it all hit me. I rushed over, and there you were, getting a strike. That's when I realized my husband has always been watching over me ever since he passed away. This is the power of eternal love. You understand me, Mr. Special Agent?
You think you bought it from the same shop? Do you think that guy in the mirror has owned that shop since these two got married? It's a long time. He's younger than he looks.
Oh dear. What was I thinking? I'm still in the middle of my game here.
What do you mean? I just started a game.
I was right on the verge of completely ruining my routine. Go on, get. I'm busy here.
Get on now, get.
Shoo, shoo.
Eternal love, Zach. Isn't it wonderful? But why do you think her husband ever bought her that thing in the first... No, we better not go there, Zach. Mysteries are far more romantic when they're left unsolved, especially mysteries that are connected to romance.
Very good. Is she gonna roll? No. What do you think, Patty? I'll knock him down. Look how wide my boy is. Who's laughing at me? Skeletal gentleman, is that you? Game? Are we okay? Game? 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 Oh my God.
When the sun awakens, catch the tip of the baby bear's tail
at the Force Altar. And the entrance to the other world will reveal itself to you.
Zack, it's another oracle. It appears that we're being guided by a mysterious power.
Game.
This oracle is a simple one. The false altar. You already know what this is, right? The place where Lise Clarkson's body was first discovered. She was found under a bridge at some sort of altar as if she was being worshipped. That's what Chef David said, right?
Good old Chef David. Oracle decryption start. Must be another place.
When the sun awakens, refers to dawn, of course. And the tip of the baby bear's tail is the North Star.
Is that right?
At dawn, look straight to the north from where Lisa's body was found.
York, I'm gonna need you to calm down there, buddy.
On the surface, this oracle may seem tricky and convoluted, but it's still mere child's play. Pathetic.
Why is he getting so aggressive? Why is he like mocking this guy's accent? York, what are you doing?
Zack, let's follow the oracle and head to where Lisa's body was found. I don't know what otherworld refers to, but I'm sure we'll find out once we get there.
Oracle?
Yeah.
That's right, Patty. This case is a rather complicated one.
Man, that guy sitting to the left of my shoulder there looks very uncomfortable.
So Zack and I are following oracles given to us by a skeletal gentleman in order to crack it.
Of course. I'm so glad so many of my games revolve around skeletons right now. I gotta go there at night. It wants me to get there at 6 a.m. Or no, that's 6 p.m. Wait. No, that's 6 a.m. It's not night.
What'll it be, honey?
What do we got?
Oh, coming right up, honey.
Yeah. What you got? A little bit of tasted stuff, a little chocolate sundae action. Oh, you know I gotta get one of these real quick. Yep, that's where my sundae is. Okay.
So, what do you think of my Cajun food, honey?
It's good.
No complaints here. No wonder you call this restaurant the best Louisiana's got to offer.
Oh, my Lord. Ain't that nice of you? I'm sure glad to hear you like Cajun flavor. It's nothing like that Creole food. And I'll be damned if it isn't the best eating you'll find this side of the Mississippi.
The Mississippi?
Hold on just one moment, Alexis. I always thought that both Creole and Cajun food were staples of the South. Am I misunderstanding something?
What's my fortune? I don't know. Does he not read his coffee in 2005? Maybe he only started doing that later, because he hasn't really done it yet.
Not at all, honey.
And I feel like that's a pretty important part of maybe that's something that comes later, you know? Maybe later his coffee says something. That's why he starts doing it. That'd be cool.
Cajun and Creole food are both staples of the South. They both have roots in French cooking, of course. But Creole cooking just ain't my cup of tea. Sauces of France combined with cooking methods brought in from Africa, mixed in with Spanish influences and Italian-style tomato sauce.
Man, that sounds pretty good.
When you smush all that together, you can't even tell what it is no more.
It sounds like it's a heart attack, but it sounds like it tastes very good.
Cajun food is pure and solid.
Is that the way it comes out? Hopefully.
The Acadians who settled in Canada brought it here from France in the 1600s. Then the British chased them off their land and they ran all the way down here. They walked straight across America, north to south. Finally, they found a safe haven right here in southwest Louisiana.
Idiots, why didn't they use their skateboards?
Woo. We got everything you'd ever want here. Fresh fish, wildlife, even veggies and fruit. They used their knowledge of French cooking and added some spice and herbs. And then they threw in fresh local ingredients to create what we know as Cajun cuisine.
Interesting. Now I understand what you mean about the Cajun and Creole food being completely different.
Oh yeah, what'd you buy, Trap Card?
But I still insist that both are shining examples of delicious local food. Roots and history aren't that important, are they?
Oh, my Lord. You don't get it, do you, honey? Lately, there are shops all over the place calling themselves Cajun, Creole, or whatnot, but all they serve is a hot mess of different ingredients loaded with spices. And the tourists ain't none the wiser. I just hate feeling like folks are getting the wrong impression about Cajun food.
I get it now. According to your interpretation, Creole food is contributing to that wrong impression.
You bet it is.
That looks pretty cool, Trap Card. I hope it comes like that.
That's why I always make sure to teach all my customers what's what.
Nice. Very good. Oh man, for those that are joining us a little late tonight and haven't seen me outside in the world yet, allow me to introduce you to the world of deadly premonition. Well, no, hold on. After this, please wait. These loading screens make you think that Bethesda was behind this game, but truly it wasn't. It wasn't Todd Howard's doing this time. You don't get it, do you, Sweaty? I am pretty sweaty in Louisiana. Man, this game makes me want to visit Louisiana. You got the rest of your Transformers in the mail today. Oh, that's right. They had us mail it separately because of the copyright stuff. Nice, Debs. You got it all together? Feel free to post a picture in Discord. I'd love to see it. It sounds like it's a big boy. I want to check them out. My game. Please, I want to play.
This is Lucari Tiger. Do you read me? Over.
Yes, it's me.
Lucari Tiger to DC Eagle. Do you copy?
DC Eagle.
It's Daddy. Hurry up and answer.
They're the Redskins in DC, excuse me? Use the radio.
This is DC Eagle. I read you loud and clear. Over.
Oh, good. Mr. York. I'm sure glad you picked up.
Very true, Debs. You boy.
There's no point in using code names if he's just going to say my real name.
Mr. York, can you hear me? Hey, Mr. York. Oh, right. Over.
DC Eagle to Lucare Tiger. Is something wrong? Over.
Mr. York, I got something I need to tell you ASAP. Just sit tight and listen, okay? Over.
Oh, I thought he was going to need me to visit him somewhere.
Roger, Wilco. Go right ahead.
I just happened to overhear some of the Clarksons talking on another channel. Apparently, Lisa's mother's been missing since early this morning. I reckon it might be related to the case, so I wanted to let you in on it right away. Oh, over.
Are there no other police officers in this town than this guy?
Lisa's mother. You're referring to Galena, the social butterfly? Over.
Look at that man in the back. He's got places to go.
Another special agent slam dunk. So, you already did a little research on her, huh? That's right. The one who's gone missing.
Where'd he
is
go?
The younger of the Clarkson sisters.
He didn't pop out there
our
this time.
town's queen of the night. No one can slip one past me. Because I'm the ultimate FBI agent. Francis York Morgan.
That's me.
My proverbial hat goes off to your investigative skills, sir.
My God.
Anywho, Galena used to be an actress, and she's also real pretty in the face. Draws attention wherever she goes. If you happen to spot her while you're investigating, would you let me know?
The murderer got him. No, Billy.
Oh, yeah. Over. Wait. Hey, Mr. York, what do you say we cut this out, huh?
What?
Over this, over that. It all seems kind of overblown, don't you think? Besides, I reckon we're the only ones listening to this. No need to be so stiff, right?
Stiff.
Yes, Melvin, I agree. There's no need for us to cling to formalities.
Glad to hear it. I ain't never been too good with formalities, you feel me? Well, Mr. York,
Don't be so
if
stiff.
I hear any more news,
I'm not.
I'll be sure to let you know.
I'm very flaccid in my chair right now. I gotta stand up, sit up, stretch it out.
Good luck out there.
Daddy's such a goofball.
True.
Patty, do you think Galena is really as beautiful as people say?
I don't know, I guess. Men just seem to like women like her for some reason.
True.
Who's more beautiful, Galena or your mother?
What?
Candy Woods. Your mother. Melvin said she was the prettiest girl in town.
How should I know? That's a stupid question.
What?
Why is it stupid?
My mama's sick.
Zach, that was a bad move. We stepped right into a private matter without any shoes on.
Oh no, he's got poop on his
But
feet.
these things are bound to happen. After all, I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Are you, though?
And there isn't an organization out there that's more well-versed in the art of infringing on people's privacy.
Dab? Well, there is the CIA and the NSA. I'd say they might be a little better. Oh god, here we go. Oh, there we go. Oh my god. I'm flying, Ma. I'm really flying.
Did you notice it yet? The streets in New Orleans were a mess. All busted up and undergoing maintenance. The city was built in a swamp.
This might be the lowest frame rate I've ever seen in a video game. Like, on a system that's supposed to play the game well? Holy dude. It's a goddamn slideshow. How did they do this? How? It takes, like, it takes skill for this to be as bad as it is. I don't understand. I gotta know. I need to know. I need to know. I need to know, chat. I need to know. So we got a couple of side quests as well. Swearing. This says to go to Lisa's discovery site at night, but it wants me to go there at 6 a.m. I mean, I guess I don't know when the sun rises. I don't know. Probably pretty early though. This is David. Imagine having a stone bust made of yourself. Okay, she's over there now. Bitch! Ah! That's funny. So I didn't pick it up on it first, but when we heard her, and I just saved, so we're not gonna keep that. We're not gonna keep our $0. Don't worry, we're gonna be fine. It is kind of gross, the squishy noises, but it says contract breach because we have a contract with her on that wrapping paper that she gave us. We're not supposed to let any harm befall her, whatever it is. No evil. Blah 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 blah. So hopefully that continues to be the case, or else we're gonna lose money, and I don't want to lose money. And we got to go at night to visit Lise. We could explore a little bit more, or we could go to sleep until nighttime and just go. And we'll do all that tomorrow at Box94 Radio, baby. You're paying her $100 over that contract? Apparently. I don't know too much about it myself, but... apparently. Easily done. Woo! Solid stream in the box. Or in the books, not in the box. Do I want to make a contract with you? What's the contract, prostitute? Explain. Thanks for the slideshow. You're welcome. I hope you guys enjoyed my PowerPoint presentation today. It was a good one. I'm enjoying this game. I'm enjoying it. Thus far, it's, I like the characters. I think the characters are great. I'm going to assume that there might be like different acts, and maybe we'll jump back and forth between past and present. Can I even call 2018 present? It's weird how that's the year. Maybe they thought this game was going to come out 2 years ago. I don't know. Your favorite character is David. You also like David. That's true. I love the Davids. I like Alexis. She's cool. Even that the bowling woman was fun. Patricia. I just enjoy how she sounds like she's from Louisiana. I don't know. A little bitter Louisiana girl. We'll see what her deal is. So there's something about her. The one that hates clocks, yeah. Alia? I don't remember how you pronounce her name. Yeah, she's cool. Melvin, the cop dad, is a bit goofy, but he's cool, I guess. I like the dynamic duo in the present. I disagree. I don't like clocks. Yeah, the guy's like, I love clocks. What a good conversation that was. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back at this. We'll be back at Deadly Premonition 2 tomorrow. Rather Saturday. For those where tomorrow is already Saturday. I still got 25 minutes left here on the East Coast. I'll see if we might get online a smidge early. I know I always say that, but I want to try. If it doesn't work out, I'm sorry. Regardless, stay tuned to Twitter and Discord. Links below. And I'll let you guys know what happens when it happens, man. I appreciate you guys hanging out. A lot of gifted subs today. Broton gifting 2 gifted subs. The Time Lord Keats and Heffa D. Husky gifting a sub to M Dash. Lad Spencer resub in 18 months. Frenolith with 10 gifted subs. That's insane. Thank you again, Frenolith. If you're still awake, buddy. I thank you very much, friend, for what you've done. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Very much so, buddy. But I think that's going to be it, man. Debs, I hope you can withhold yourself from watching more Deadly Premonition until tomorrow. We'll get another big, good, long stream going on. I've enjoyed it. The performance is rough. Man, oh man, the performance is rough. You missed it, H4? That's all right, buddy. Ain't no worries. We're going to be back on it tomorrow. We got a nice, long, crisp VOD at 1080p for you. Overclock on my Switch. I'm afraid that even that won't save this gosh dang game. This game being on PC won't save that. Oh man, it's gonna take some work. Whew. It's gonna take some work. Oh my gosh. I hope they release it. My Switch CPU, again, that's not gonna make this game presentable. Digital Foundry did it? Well, good for Digital Foundry. And it made Doom smooth? This isn't Doom, this is Deadly Premonition. Very different. Oh my god. God bless the USA and Japan for blessing us with this video game. My man Nebin is passing out. I don't blame you, Nebin. Appreciate you, buddy. Nebin, Prostitute, Tay, Matthew. If this game was good, it wouldn't be good. That's true. What happened to the game? You only went for a smoke. Did you go for a smoke for 2 hours? Hello there, cake is eaten. good night and sweet dreams. Because I am going to bed. Catch up on the VOD if you guys missed anything. It was worth it. Every moment of this game so far has been worth it. I look forward to seeing what they do next with this crazy story. 3-hour smoke break. York smoked for at least 20 hours today. Hey, Hans, I appreciate you. Good night, all. We'll catch you again tomorrow. No host tonight. I'm going to get something to eat and then probably going straight to bed and zonking out. So go where you may. $50. Oh, man. $50 for every frame presented to me thus far. You just got up, Hans? Oh, man. All right, buddy. Well, if you want to see some DP2, check out the VOD, guys, because we're going to be back at it tomorrow at 6:30, like I said. Feel free to follow if you're brand new and you liked what you saw. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. And Box94. We might be earlier than 6:30, like I said. Twitter, Discord, links below, blah, 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 blah. You already know. Bye. Good night, everybody.